Cable television, are we ready?
Yes, sir, we are.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
I've actually been here for a little bit, so it's kind of embarrassing that I was here too late last night.
You're screaming and you're paying whatever he wants.
Why are you in the blanket?
Okay.
It might change a lot.
I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing and oversight hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. The time is 11:36 in the morning. And this hearing is being conducted virtually. It is accessible to the public via the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. It is also available on Council Channel 13 cable television. And it is also available through the council's website. I don't know if it's streaming live, but that's www.dccouncil.us, and the Office of Cable Television website, which is entertainment.dc.gov. The subject of today's hearing is the topic of literacy and the NAEP and park assessments. The purpose of this hearing is to examine the academic achievement in the District of Columbia Public School and district's public charter school sectors. Specifically, this oversight hearing will focus on DCPS's and DCPCS's as the charter schools' performance, as well as their plans for educational growth following the Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, which is PARC. Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, PARC, and the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, assessments. The results from those assessments, those recent assessments, represent the first indicators of learning loss from the COVID-19 pandemic and schools going to virtual learning a couple of years ago. Today's hearing is also an opportunity for further discussion about what steps the district government is taking to improve literacy. While all learners ages birth through grade 12 have access to literacy instruction and early literacy experiences, widespread proficiency in literacy continues to be a challenge. The committee last held an oversight hearing on this matter earlier this year. That is, I believe, July 14th. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. It will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 21st. I do want to just say a little bit more about results. The most recent statewide assessment data demonstrate significant declines in student proficiency in both English language arts and mathematics. From 2019 to 2022, the percentage of students meeting expectations on our statewide assessment dropped from 31 to 19 in math and 37 to 31 in English language arts. That is proficiency. Percentage of students meeting expectations was 19% in math and 31% in English language arts. A few more disturbing statistics. Only 9% of Black students in the district met or exceeded expectations in math, yet 70% of white students met or exceeded expectations in math. Only 6% of at-risk students met or exceeded expectations in math. only 6% of students who attend public school in Ward 8 met or exceeded expectations in math. Those are indicators of the challenges we have, and this hearing is to explore that. We have about 40 witnesses, and you know that's not accurate. We have 49 witnesses before we get to the government witnesses. Because we have so many witnesses, folks will be on a 3-minute clock. I'm going to invite the first 16 witnesses. So I'm going to do this in groups of 16. Which gets us to 48. We'll see what we do with the 49th witness. Not serious. So we will be hearing from Ariel Johnson, who's Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance, Josh Boots, who's with Empower K-12, Alistair Chang, who's an elected representative to the State Board of Education, representing Ward 2, Joshua Hodge, who's Policy and Communications Manager with ERNDC, Chelsea Coffin with the DC Policy Center, Carla Reed-Witt, who's with Decoding Dyslexia DC, also with Decoding Dyslexia, Sheila Carson-Carr, Sophia Barata, who's with Empower Ed, Julie Camerata, who's Executive Director of DC Special Education Cooperative, Alexander Rose Hennig, who's with BASIS, Public Charter School, BC Oyedel, who's Chief Executive Officer with Education Forward DC, Shannon Hodge, who's President of KIP DC, Mary Levy, who has labeled herself Education Policy and Finance Analyst, Samantha Bertucci, who is a teacher in DCPS and a Washington Teachers Union building rep, Callie Lowenstein, who's an educator at Bancroft Elementary School, and Elizabeth Mitchell, who's a DCPS parent. If you're in gallery view, there'll be a clock probably in the top row. Please keep an eye on that. And our first witness is Ariel Johnson. I should apologize that I kept everybody waiting. I'm just slow today. I have no other explanation. We had a long council meeting that started with a breakfast at 9 and ended last night at 11:41 p.m. So I'm hanging in there, but I am interested in all the testimony. Ms. Johnson, why don't you begin? And good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Middleton and members of the committee. My name is Ariel Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates for the 46,000 public charter school students in the district. I am also a proud Ward 5 resident. To get to the point, this year's PARCC assessment was nothing short of humbling. No matter what role we play in the education ecosystem, none of us sought out this life's work to fail our students. 85% of our students designated at risk citywide aren't proficient in reading, and 94% aren't proficient in math. But it is a crisis rooted in systemic inequity, abject poverty, and a lack of direct, tangible resources in the communities that need them most. Statesman College Preparatory Academy for Boys CEO Sean Hartnett said it best in his testimony last week. The unrelenting impact of racist ideology and low expectations where these young men are concerned, and the overwhelming impact of recalcitrant poverty are at the root of this crisis. But this is not new information. We know that when families don't have the foundational needs met, housing, food security, and healthcare, it is nearly impossible to care about the future benefits of attending math class every day. However, none of this is acceptable. It is not acceptable to me. It is not acceptable to our school leaders. And as a sector, we've regrouped to act swiftly and strategically to get our students back on track. There are numerous lessons to be learned from charter schools that are boldly performing above expected proficiency with students designated at risk, students with disabilities, and students of color. Empower K-12's recent bold performance score report, which highlighted 9 DC charter schools, found that they relied on several key strategies to reach academic success. Some strategies we testified about previously, including deepening relationships between educators and students and their families, and providing more opportunities for educators to improve their teaching. Schools also used other critical levers like extended learning time, opportunities for student small group interventions, and regular data and student work analysis. I want to share 3 concrete ways charter schools are responding with support from DC Alliance, and where we can use support from council and the city. First, we already have the key pillars for a strong framework to refine existing literacy plans and implement strategies to rapidly improve literacy rates, thanks to 3 initiatives from OSCE and the Council. We are eager to work with OSCE, our school leaders, and other stakeholders to improve coordination among these initiatives. We're working to assist our LEA leaders to make sure they have the support they need to universally screen K2 students and evaluate their reading curriculum to make sure it's grounded in evidence-based practices and incorporates all elements of science of reading. Second, our leaders are very interested in learning from their peers what strategies and vendors they are using to address unfinished learning. What we've learned from our conversations so far is that many of our schools are focusing on making sure their staffing structure and master schedule allows them to support their students' needs, which are identified on an ongoing basis using formative data. Finally, we must prioritize and resource students and staff wellness initiatives that create joyous learning environments and support flexible transportation options that make it easier for students to regularly attend school. We can't help students be proficient in reading and math. They aren't in the classroom. We must make it easier and more convenient for students to be in class every day, particularly our students with competing adult priorities like earning an income or caring for siblings or elders in the home. I see that I am over time. Chairman, there is a list of other recommendations in our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your keeping to the clock, and I feel a little guilty because you clearly were rushing, but thank you. And we do have your statement. Next is Josh Boots.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and
morning.
members of the committee and staff. My name is Josh Boots. I'm Executive Director of Empower K-12, a local nonprofit focused on education data and supporting schools to rapidly improve their academic and social emotional well-being of DC's priority student populations. As Ariel mentioned, we released multiple unfinished learning and student well-being reports during the pandemic that demonstrated the inequitable harm wrought by COVID-19. Our students designated as at risk and those who attend schools serving high portions of priority student groups grew far less than their peers. The latest PARCC and NAEP data confirmed this overall assessment of harm. Yet Empower K-12 identified a few bright spot schools where at-risk students were out achieving their pre-pandemic averages, and we call them bold performance schools. They are DC schools that are boldly supporting their priority student groups, and they are 14 schools across both DC public and DC public charter schools, with 2022 proficiency rates that were 2.6 percentage points above pre-pandemic averages for similar schools. The bold performance schools utilize 3 key strategies, but to simplify it, lots of opportunities for joy, intentional relationship building amongst students, educators, and families with therapeutic problem-solving approaches first, and a real commitment to increasing the amount of effective learning instructional opportunities that students receive both during the traditional school day and through extended learning time in the day, week, and year. In the 5-year history of us honoring bold performance schools, no school has ever contributed their students' success on math and reading assessments to test preparation or drill and kill tactics. These schools follow the latest brain science research, which tells us that when students arrive to class feeling safe, joyful, and a sense of belonging, their brains actually produce biochemical compounds that build neural networks that are necessary for capturing the lessons that are taught to them. Conversely, when students experience trauma and chronic stress, their bodies produce a biochemistry that actually inhibits axons and neural network growth that are key to retaining and utilizing new information. We must fully fund our equitable budgeting formula to allow schools serving students who are more likely to experience anti-joy, trauma, and stress the access to the resources they need to support the students that they serve. We're talking things like Saturday celebration academies, hiring additional interventionists, creating joyful boom rooms, providing additional mental health supports, and engaging in high impact tutoring. DC students designated as at risk finished nearly 17 instructional months behind in math and 15 instructional months behind in reading at the end of spring 2022. For many of them, the road to an educational success that opens doors to the college and career opportunities of their dreams is longer than the 2 additional years of ESSER funds that remain to support them. Our Title I schools face an impending fiscal cliff in 24-25 that must be equitably addressed through the UPSFF's general at-risk and at-risk concentration weights urgently. Our city, even with, thank you, Council or Chairman, for your new at-risk concentration rate, even with that additional 10 million, we underfunded at-risk students to the tune of 70.6 million, given what the adequacy study said in 2013. We must boldly fund our schools, but we also must boldly have bold goals for them. We offer a whole list of what those bold goals should be, but primarily is that our students from low-income families will be competitive nationally for the colleges and careers of their choice by the end of this decade. We would become the first major jurisdiction in the history of this country to do so, and I believe that our educators are prepared and ready for that resurgence with your support.
Thank you, Mr. Boots. Alistair Chang.
Hi, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for hosting this hearing. As the witnesses before me have already named, we are failing our students. The percentage of fourth grade students in DC who performed at or above the NAEP proficient level was 26% in 2022. What I want to speak about today is in part the path forward, right? This is not without lack of trying. As you have done and many of the other folks who have testifying today have done, we have been trying, and many in DC have dedicated their careers to equip more students with the skills to read. And still, after the millions of dollars we've invested, after countless new initiatives, only 26% of fourth graders are reading proficiently in our nation's capital in 2022. And we have to do better. And what I want to name is that it's not going to be easy. It's going to take members of this committee, members of council, all the education agencies to work together to build a longer term investment budget and to ensure that we properly design, implement, coordinate, and assess how that money actually gets spent. My ask is that we not only have the funding, but also help with the execution and the oversight of how we do that in a more coordinated way. And what I want to make clear is that there is no silver bullet. There is no one size fits all. We have to be constantly vigilant. And for me, you know that there are a lot of moving pieces that need to be shepherded. There are a lot of balls to juggle here, and dropping any one of these balls could break or severely stall this progress. With the launch of OSSE's new early literacy task force, we have a new chance to do this together and to align our efforts in a coherent strategy. And my colleagues on the DCSBOE and I are in agreement on key recommendations, right, including structured literacy training. But training alone is not going to solve this problem. When I first started my role on the DCSBOE, I interviewed 100 local reading instructors. And here's a common story that I heard that I want to make sure is very clear. Reading instructors told me that they had never learned how to teach reading. Reading instructors told me that when they sought programs on how to teach reading, most were out of their budget, and there are too few local higher ed institutions that actually teach evidence-based structured literacy. Reading instructors told me that the ones who self-funded these trainings, right, then told me that when they got back to their schools, excited to use what they learned, they didn't have the curriculum to do so, or authorization from school leadership to actually use what they learned. My ask is, as we think about a longer term, broader strategy moving forward, not to make short-term ad hoc investments, but rather to think about how we align training, curriculum, assessment in a massive, coherent, multi-pronged, multi-year strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think I have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that,
I'll send it over. Thank you.
that'd be helpful. Thank you. Joshua Hodge.
Sweet, I'm on. Hello and good morning, Chairman Mendelson and the committee of the whole. My name is Joshua Hodge, and I'm the Policy and Communications Manager at Education Reform Now DC, and I'm a Ward 6 resident. EARN DC is a local nonprofit organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all students. I'm testifying to continue to elevate the need for additional literacy support and resources for all students, and to advocate for the following: parent and guardian access to assessment results, along with clear explanation of what their students' results actually mean, public transparency around the new literacy task force, and the adoption of the following recommendations given to us by members of the community and during the Right to Read Literacy Conference hosted in October, which we are extremely grateful yourself, Chairman Mendelson, and Councilmember Pinto were able to speak at on the behalf of EARN DC. To start, I'll elevate the continued need to elevate the importance of student literacy. Ensuring strong student literacy outcomes in DC is one of the most important issues facing our great city. A child's ability to read directly impacts their future educational goals, attainment of a livable income, and overall quality of life. While public schools in DC have made progress in fourth grade reading over the past decade, currently about 70% of fourth graders in DC scored below proficiency levels on the National Assessment of Educational Progress 2022 exam, known as NAEP. These numbers are grim and further highlight the need to implement literacy instruction grounded in the science of reading. For those of you who do not know, the science of reading is an evidence-based reading practice that emphasizes highly explicit and systemic teaching for all important components of literacy. These components include both foundational skills such as decoding and spelling, and higher level literacy skills such as reading comprehension and written expression. The effects of low student literacy rates are not only felt throughout K-12 public education, but also in college readiness and college completion rates. According to the DC Policy Center, out of every 100 DC public school students who began ninth grade in the 2014-2015 year and were in the graduating school cohort of 2017-2018, only 14 students will complete a post-secondary degree within 6 years of high school graduation. These same graduates without a post-secondary degree can expect to earn an estimated $15,000 a year in their first years after high school, which is significantly under the DC average income. That is why we support the implementation of the Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act of 2020 and approving upon the FY 2023 Budget Support Act subtitle, Structured Literacy Training and Action Plan. We believe it is critically important for all K-5 educators to be trained in the science of reading, parents to receive their students' test scores and understand what those scores actually entail, and for there to be transparency in the new literacy task force. We also know we have so much more work to do in this area. We, along with Decoding Dyslexia DC, DC Special Education Cooperative, and the DC Charter School Alliance, work together on several ways to strengthen the efforts in the coming days. Along with the implementation of Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act of 2020, OSSE must provide trainings, tools, and guidance that are appropriate for English language learners. While improving upon the FY 2023 Budget Subtitle Act of Structured Literacy Training Action Plan, building a pipeline of reading coaches is crucial. OSSE must train educators to become reading coaches and pay them for their expertise. We believe the Washington Teachers Union may be a valuable partner in this effort. The district must also work with local universities and colleges to offer free master's degrees programs in both reading and special education. Empowering our families.
Mr. Hodge, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're a minute over your time.
Oh, shoot, sorry about that, Council.
That's okay. And you probably have another 2 minutes, but we have your statement, so thank you.
All righty, you take care now.
Chelsea Coffin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing and vibrant economy in DC. In my testimony, I will provide a look at changes in learning outcomes by cohort to emphasize the need to focus on both math and English language arts in recovery from the pandemic, as well as the importance of looking at student progress longitudinally. School year 2021-22 marked an incredibly challenging transition back to in-person learning in DC after a difficult virtual school year in 2020-21 and a shortened school year in 2019-20. Chronic absenteeism rose to a high of 48%, up from 29% in the last full school year of 2018-19. COVID-19 cases spiked to an average of over 2,000 new cases per day in DC in January of 2022, which among other factors had an impact on attendance. COVID-19, absenteeism, and other factors made school year 2021-22 a really tough time to catch up on learning for the system as a whole. Results from DC's 2021-22 statewide PARCC assessment showed declines in both ELA and math since the last time the test was administered. In addition to system-level learning outcomes change, we see that learning outcomes for a cohort of students as they move from lower to upper grades decreased by even larger amounts. Generally, we would like to see an upward trend in learning outcomes with more students meeting or exceeding expectations as they move to upper grades. However, comparing PARCC results for elementary school students in grades 3, 4, and 5 to middle school students in grades 6, 7, and 8, 3 years later, we see the decline by cohort is larger than the system's decline. Before the pandemic, when students moved from elementary to middle school over a 3-year period, their learning outcomes improved on average 11 percentage points in ELA, but declined an average of 8 percentage points in math. After the pandemic, this progress over time in both subjects weakened for the same cohort. The percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations decreased by 3 percentage points in ELA and decreased by 21 percentage points in math from elementary to middle school, a steeper decrease than pre-pandemic. It doesn't appear that these learning outcomes changes by cohort are shaped by demographic shifts. Although the student population has become smaller than usual, it has not shifted that much by race and ethnicity. This is similar. There are similar shifts by race and ethnicity from elementary to middle school students to compared to before the pandemic, meaning there wasn't a huge exodus of one race or ethnicity during the pandemic. Looking at these changes in learning outcomes for elementary and middle school cohorts reveals a different side of the magnitude of learning loss, showing that it's not just math where students experience a serious decline. While learning outcomes in math declined for all students by 12 percentage points, double the amount of the decline in ELA. Following cohorts of students with publicly available data shows that there are larger than usual declines in ELA as well. Instead of an additional 11 out of 100 elementary school students meeting expectations in ELA by middle school, now 3 fewer out of 100 elementary school students do so. This makes it especially important to focus on ELA, including early literacy and math during recovery in terms of learning after the pandemic. To examine progress, we also need to look at longitudinal results for students along the way. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Carla Reed Witt. Is she here?
She's not accepting.
Carla Reed Witt, you're not accepting the panelist. Oh, here you come.
Hello. Hi, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Carla Reed. You can hear me?
Yes, and good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Reed Witt. I am an education, disability, mental health, and literacy policy advocate and co-lead at Decoding Dyslexia DC. While OSSI was on track at the beginning of the school year with development of materials necessary to properly implement DC Law 23-191, dyslexia and other reading difficulties, we are concerned that they have fallen behind the timeline for implementation and are not on track to prepare, communicate with, train, and provide technical assistance to LEAs to meet the full implementation timeline by school year 24-25. Requisite information is not getting to LEAs or teachers, and preparatory work is not occurring at the scale needed at all LEAs. We need all LEAs 100% on top of this, and making that happy is heavily dependent on the performance of OSSI. Although OSSI has a wonderful dyslexia awareness video modules, we understand that they have run into problems with their training portal, which has delayed the release of the modules. We are in full support of OSSI and wonder if more staff and resources are needed to successfully implement Law 23-191. 69% of DC public school students are struggling readers. The urgency and significance of this matter calls for providing OSSI with more than it needs to meet all timelines and garner success in this effort. We are additionally concerned that OSSI does not see Law 23-191 as part of their overall plan to ensure all DC public school students learn to read well, but as a separate project. We want to make sure that as the Literacy Task Force begins their work, that their effort includes, interweaves, expands, and scales up Law 23-191 within the task force action plan, and we want OSSI to do the same. We would also like expansion of the members of the very top-heavy literacy task force. The task force members do not include a community voice, a parent voice, a teacher voice, a special education voice, or English language learner voice. Literacy Task Force current makeup does not reflect the diversity of experience and circumstance necessary for the heavy lift to raise 69% of public school students from struggling readers to grade level readers, and to create a system that keeps us from repeating history. Additionally, we need the Literacy Task Force to function expeditiously to develop a preliminary report, including costs and resources needed as soon as a firm date upon which a preliminary report could be made public in order to allow budgeting funds for the coming school year. Lastly, we would like the council to request a feasibility study to inform budgeting of funds to expedite the literacy efforts required by Law 23-191, expanding training to all elementary school teachers, including curriculum training, and providing support needed by OSSI and by LEA so that they may scale up quickly across schools and campuses. Attached to my testimony is a review of OSSI's list of universal screeners. We have some concerns about the list. Also attached are the literacy recommendations from the Decoding Dyslexia and Everform Now Right to Read conference. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Pinto, for your contribution to the conference, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Sheila Carson Carr. Is she here?
Guys, I'm again.
They just let me in. I'm here.
Well, why don't you begin? Are we gonna get to see your pretty face?
You know my phone, and over here where I am, I'll be muffled through it. I'm not going to do it. But good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and everyone else. My name is Sheila Carson Carr, co-founder of Decoding Dyslexia DC. I have been an advocate for education, dyslexia, and reading for over 30 years. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Are you a thermometer or a thermostat? Are you just reading like a thermometer that children can read, or are you a thermostat making a change? Make a change now." I'm a thermostat. I'm here today to talk about how we can be on two tracks to improve literacy in DC, short-term and long-term. How? By the following. 1, teach reading through the entire elementary school. That means continuing teaching reading from 2nd grade through 5th grade. 2, test all 12th graders this year for dyslexia and reading difficulties. There are some good free testing out there. Then we need to do an accordion effect from the bottom up and the top down until we had tested all the children in the system to know their status. 3, make sure that the highly effective tutoring service providers are trained in the science of reading and culturally competent. 4, the literacy task force, like Ms. Witt has said and others, I want to make sure that there are parents and community on there and not just one. There need to be at least 4 to have true representation, because they always say, we're the partners. Where are we in the initial task force? Since the task force will give guidance to the mayor who is over the education for the city about literacy for years. 5, none of this can be done until we train teachers like Mississippi did in 2 years. And now Mississippi has moved from 49th to 27th. We can do the same. Teachers are the ones who will make this happen. We must give OSSI what they need in order to smoothly implement Law 23-191. 6, help parents to help their children. 7, as I have been saying, children need us to get this right now. And lastly, can the next meeting be in the evening so that students and teachers will have the opportunity to participate like they really want to? Thank you, sir, for your time and your commitment.
Thank you. And we don't have a copy of your statement. If you could give that to us.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sophia Barata. I don't think she's here. Julie Camerata.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson, for allowing me the opportunity to provide feedback today. My name is Julie Camerata, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Special Education Cooperative, or the Co-op. I'm a Ward 1 resident and the parent of a child with a disability. The most recent PARCC data revealed that only 8% of students with disabilities performed at grade level in English language arts. While these scores are largely level with how students performed in 2019, they are still far too low. We see the dyslexia legislation as a key lever for improving what has historically been stagnant performance of students with disabilities. Strategies by the adults and systems in our cities, such as early identification and intervention of reading difficulties, are the most powerful tools schools have in improving long-term outcomes for students, and evidence-based intervention should be available to all students who need them at any grade level. To ensure a successful rollout of these new requirements, we recommend that OSCE set and clearly communicate universal screening cut scores so that LEAs are using the same definition of at risk for reading disabilities. Second, we ask that OSCE issue timely guidance, ideally no later than April 1st, that addresses how the needs of students who are English language learners and students with disabilities are to be addressed within implementation. Third, we recommend that OSCE issue guidance on when intervention is and is not specialized instruction. Current language presents potential challenges for LEAs in differentiating between specialized instruction and general education intervention, which creates confusion and frustration for schools and families alike. As these requirements are implemented, we may see a dramatic increase in the number of students referred for special education services. We ask that OSCE issue clear guidance that addresses the intersection of these requirements and child find. Next, we want to address professional development. It needs to align with the requirements of the legislation and developed and delivered on a timeline that allows schools to be successful. That's really important. We're halfway through this 22-23 and we still don't have awareness training on reading difficulties. We request that this training be made available no later than January 2nd or January 2nd, 2023. The legislation has the capacity to be a powerful tool in improving the educational opportunities available to students with disabilities and literacy outcomes for all. Its impact requires timely, clear, and comprehensive implementation. I want to just mention quickly that even if this is implemented perfectly, our students with disabilities could still be left behind. I encourage the council, the mayor, OSCE, and every LEA to ensure that every school embarks on a stronger literacy instruction aligned to the science of reading in special and general education classrooms. Students with disabilities are in general education classrooms and experiencing high quality, content-rich curriculum from teachers who have received aligned professional development, and that every school undertakes a critical look at the effectiveness of the literacy supports that students with disabilities receive as part of their specialized instruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Camerata. Alexander Rose Hennig.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Alexander Rose Hennig. I'm the head of school at Basis DC Public Charter School, a proud Ward 7 resident, and myself grew up with a dyslexia disability. I'm proud to serve as the head of school at Basis DC, where located in Ward 2, we serve 600 and change families, constituents from every ward, neighborhood, and zip code in this city. I'm really proud of the achievements Basis DC had on the PARCC assessment last year. We were the highest performing open enrollment middle/high school on PARCC ELA and the highest performing overall on math on the PARCC assessment. As a particular point of pride, Basis DC's population of students in traditionally underserved groups, such as students with disabilities and at-risk students, not only scored above the city averages for those same comparator groups, but often scored above the all student average for the entire city. This isn't to say Basis DC doesn't have plenty of room for growth for our students, but I am proud of our students and teachers' outstanding work. Last year, we increased intentional relationship building. We focused on our science of reading aligned curricula and interventions. We implemented regular and universal screeners for ELA, math, and social emotional learning. But I'm here to ask the council specifically for support around the PARCC assessment itself. As a school leader, I think we need to seriously reconsider the PARCC assessment contract that we have as our statewide assessment under ESSA. Currently, PARCC testing comprises functionally serves as an unfunded mandatory waste of a minimum week of instructional time for every student. Basis DC fully recognizes the importance of a unified assessment to level set progress for schools and students. However, I strongly encourage the City Council to work with OSSI and other sector leaders to solve several fixable issues that would reduce missed time in instruction, leading to the goal we want, which is improved literacy. Currently, the Park and DC science exams take a whopping 1,080 minutes per student at a minimum. That's almost 18 hours or a half a week of purely lost time due to testing. This doesn't even include testing setup, training, computer logistics. It's a huge waste of time for students who need every ounce of instruction they can possibly get. Contrast this with other exams like NAEP, which only take a total of 1 to 2 hours, and there's simply no justification for Park to take as much time away from instruction as it does. Similarly, with computers, currently Park can only work on a certain subset of computers, functioning as a mandate for schools to purchase computers, massive amounts of money that is not spent on improving instruction for students. And then lastly, Park score timelines aren't released to schools and students in a way that's meaningful so that we can use that data to improve our instruction. Again, I'm very proud of BASIS DC's performance. I appreciate the need for a unified assessment, but I ask the council work with sector leaders to make improvements and solve fixable issues with Park itself. Sorry for going over, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rose-Hennig. BC Oyedel.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Council of District of Columbia. My name is Bisa Oyedele, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, a parent of 2 public school students in DC, and the CEO of Education for DC. Ed for DC envisions a DC where students starting furthest from opportunity can chart their own path and thrive. We accelerate the work of visionary education leaders to foster a city of high quality, equitable public schools for every DC student. And by 2026, we aim to double the proportion of schools providing students with the learning experiences they need to thrive. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Overall, Park and NAEP results were not surprising and mirror underlying education challenges that DC has experienced before the pandemic and the struggle to equitably support students furthest from opportunity. As you work toward a strong recovery, DC must prioritize supporting these students' academic and non-academic needs through expanded access to high-quality educational experiences. Prior to the pandemic, DC was making strong progress to better serve students through prioritization of education, sustained financial investments, and a dedication to accountability. Local and national assessments prior to 2019 indicated that DC students across grades and demographic groups were closing the gaps with their national and urban district peers. However, not every student was benefiting equitably. Despite overall improvement, only a third of public school students were on track for future success. And most concerning, these gaps in outcomes are experienced most by the students who start out furthest from opportunity, such as those considered at risk, students with disabilities, and English language learners, all of whom are disproportionately students of color. Then came the pandemic. There's no doubt COVID-19 upended the lives of students, families, and educators. This year's Park and NAEP scores provided us the first look at its academic impact. Significantly fewer DC students are now on track for college and career, and gaps between student groups remain or have expanded. Ed4 DC appreciates the tireless efforts of school leaders, teachers, students, and families across the city in navigating the difficulties of the past 2.5 years, without which DC may have been faced with even more challenging results to address through our recovery. But make no mistake, the results before us highlight that the urgency is greater than ever to build a DC school system that prepares every student to thrive in life. In particular, the results confirm the need for us to remain focused on those students who are furthest from opportunity so that they may achieve economic success, power, and autonomy in their lives. These assessments establish a baseline for the DC schools recovery that is already underway, but it's not the be-all, end-all. I encourage you to utilize our DC Education Recovery Dashboard released in collaboration with Empower K-12, which provides an at-a-glance look at the variety of metrics to help us understand how our students are doing in the health of our overall education system. This includes more recent data, which paints a promising picture that students now back in classrooms are making gains. Growth rates in key grades and subjects returned to pre-pandemic levels this past spring, and student well-being index scores also significantly improved. But again, our students furthest from opportunity experienced slower growth, and the overall rates put us on track to reach pre-pandemic achievement levels in about 5 years. And students cannot wait that long. A stronger recovery will require continued prioritization of education, greater investments, and a focus on ensuring that they are effectively and equitably used to meet the academic and non-academic needs of students who have been most impacted. To do this, we encourage increased investments to expand the science of reading supports across both sectors, and to explore similar resources for math, supporting leaders who have shared that they are focused on meeting basic needs like having students feel loved and supported, addressing student concerns we've heard through our Better Than Before series, such as neighborhood safety, school safety, addressing increased workloads of teachers, long commutes for students, and basically teachers and peers experiencing emotional and behavioral challenges. There are already outstanding examples of schools serving our students furthest from opportunity that can help guide the way. Chief among them, the 14 public schools from both sectors named Bold Performance Schools by Empower K-12. I encourage us to learn from their example, see how we can best support and replicate their excellent work for all students. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today. The progress we made in the decades before the pandemic shows that a commitment and a focus on education can result in better outcomes for our students. The work is even harder now, but never more important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shannon Hodge, President of KIPP DC.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Council staff. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the President of KIPP DC and a Ward 7 resident. Last spring, we needed information on what our students knew and did not know to adjust our instructional approach to meet pandemic era reality. Our scores attach numbers to what we already knew. The pandemic substantially interrupted learning for many of our students. Over the past 2.5 years, our top priority has been on student safety and wellness. A quick glance at Maslow's hierarchy of needs reminds us that students cannot focus on literacy when they are concerned about their own health and safety and that of the loved ones around them. Last year, we knew that quarantines that were necessary to keep students and their families safe would also disrupt student learning. And we also knew that increasing teacher and staff wellness days would limit teacher collaboration and professional development time. These decisions were absolutely necessary to address the trauma that permeated our communities. I offer these not as excuses for unsatisfactory scores, but as examples of the very difficult decisions we had to make as we responded to the trauma of COVID-19. Now that we have a better understanding of student knowledge and pandemic-related learning gaps, we're adjusting our instructional approach in meaningful ways. First, we're focusing on Tier 1 instruction by continuing to equip our teachers with a high-quality curriculum, professional development, and coaching. In addition, we're expanding foundational skills instruction in upper grades for students who did not gain them during virtual learning. We're mobilizing acceleration teachers to lead intensive intervention with students with the lowest performance. We're focusing on improved attendance systems and expanded mental health supports to remove barriers to student learning. And in addition to these changes to our academic model and engagement supports, we're using federal ESSER funding to significantly expand access to mental health clinicians, summer enrichment programs, at-home and in-school learning devices, and instructional staff members. We know that the work of recovering from the effects of the pandemic on student learning and closing gaps in performance is tremendous. And we know that the Council has an important role to play in helping our schools and students surpass pre-pandemic levels of achievement and success. To that end, we have 2 specific requests. First, schools need increased funding. Academic intervention is expensive because it requires more staffing, new materials, and more individualized instruction. These investments are essential, but will become elusive as pandemic-related federal funds disappear. We need the city to step in with local funding to ensure that the progress we make this year and next is not lost. Second, schools need your patience. The pandemic created a nearly 2-year interruption in student learning. It will take time to build and implement effective intervention systems and get back to pre-pandemic learning levels, which themselves were not wholly satisfactory. No educational system will be able to climb out of this pandemic learning hole in 1 year. As we shared with you last week, our immediate goal is to help students get to school as often as possible. When they do, we have the opportunity to surround them with the instruction, intervention, and support referenced earlier. We need your patience so that we can create effective systems with meaningful, lasting results. I appreciate the Council's support and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mary Levy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Mary Levy, and my contribution on the subject of today's hearing is to provide data from the district scores on the National Assessment of Education Progress, also known as NAEP. Although the scores of DC as a whole and of DCPS are part of the agency's standard reporting charter school or charter sector scores are not. So I have extracted them from NAEP's online data tool. That is a lot of work, and you are not likely to get this information elsewhere. Therefore, after the main body of my testimony, I've attached a full set of graphs with the results. The main points in my testimony are start with the pandemic effects, which at least in part may surprise you. The charter sector had large drops in 3 subjects, but not in 8th grade reading, which was steady. DCPS had significant drops in math, but in reading had no pandemic drops, including the best score ever for 8th grade Black students. Over the last 20 years, DCPS and charter scores have usually been similar, unfortunately, with both sectors well below big city averages in reading, though much closer in math. The charter sector has experienced ups and downs with big increases in math, likewise in 4th grade reading, though only until 2017, and almost no increases in 8th grade reading. DCPS scores have generally risen, but have leveled out recently. In addition, DCPS increases have been concentrated among more economically advantaged students. The gaps between them and low-income students have become just swollen compared to gaps 15 years ago. Looking at proficiency levels, white student scores always tower above those of all other subgroups. Levels are always lowest for Black students in low-income schools, not much better for Black students generally. Proficiency levels for students with disabilities have consistently been horrific in the single digits. We really need to work on this. I propose starting with at-risk funds and devoting them entirely to at-risk students instead of siphoning them off to displace other funds that their schools would have had if only their schools had been treated the same as schools in well-to-do neighborhoods. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Samantha Bertocci?
No.
Callie Lowenstein? Elizabeth Mitchell? I'm told she's not here. Let me ask a few questions, and then I'll go to the next group of witnesses. There's enough here that there probably could be a lot more questions. I think I'm going to start with Ms. Levy. You ended your statement by saying, I propose starting with at-risk funds and devoting them to at-risk students instead of siphoning them off to replace general education funds. So what does that look like? The budget's before us next March. What do you propose? That we cut where some of the at-risk funds are? And how do we devote them to at-risk students? And you're muted.
The school system has consistently sent 90% of at-risk funds to local schools, and they've sent it in proportion to their proportions of at-risk students. But what they do is they underfund general education and make up for it with at-risk funds, so that in schools in well-to-do neighborhoods, which have few at-risk students, the classroom teachers and the office staff, et cetera, are paid for with regular funds. Whereas in schools with a lot of at-risk students, the at-risk funds are diverted into paying for classroom teachers and for office staff and other general ed expenditures. I think if we could make sure that all of the at-risk funds go to extra services instead of the services that everybody else gets, we'd have a better chance of improving their academic performance.
My question wasn't if we put more resources for at-risk students, it was how would we redirect the at-risk funds?
Well, you could require DCPS to follow the law that says they have to supplement, use the funds to supplement and not supplant other funds. That was the way, that's what the law has always read, and DCPS has never followed it. I don't know about the charter schools, but that money generally goes to individual schools directly. So I don't know what will happen with the schools first in budgeting bill, and maybe that will help. But we have to follow that out.
Yes, well, that will certainly help in terms of stability. If we ask DCPS to identify where all the at-risk dollars are, and by the way, that reminds me, there's a reporting requirement in the law. And I recently sent a letter to the chancellor asking that they provide us with the report, because I haven't seen it.
Oh, well,
And-
they posted it on their website. It's in the form of a database, and I've analyzed it and turned it into a spreadsheet. I don't know why they can't do that.
Well, I don't know that I would think of a database as being a report, but in any event, we haven't gotten a response. But if we did ask them to identify, specifically, you identify where all their where the at-risk dollars are, would you trust their answer?
Well, given what I found, which is that consistently they divert 40% of the at-risk funds to general education, I think I trust the database. And I would, I'm able to track it. I don't know why they aren't. And I trust the database.
Well, I'm not sure I'm not sure that I'm let me see, coming out of this with guidance on what exactly I could do. We're going to get the budget next March. And I'm assuming that it's going to include a 3 to 4% increase in the UPSFF, the foundation level, because the teachers union contract has to be paid for. And that, of course, is cross-sector. And just for the benefit of the charter sector, if there's any effort on the part of the executive to somehow fund the contract outside of the UPSFF, I'll be very opposed to that. So there'll be a 3 to 4% increase, and I don't remember offhand exactly what that translates to, but I'm going to say that's probably about maybe $20 million. And we could try to add dollars on top of that, but what I'm getting from what you're saying about starting with the at-risk funds and devoting them to at-risk students, either we would have to cut some programming that's funded by at-risk that shouldn't be, or we would have to add substantial more dollars to schools that have at-risk students. And that would be above and beyond the 3 to 4% increase in the UPSFF. I'm finding both of those options sort of difficult, the cutting of programs or adding substantially above what will already be added to the public education budget.
well, it's a choice that's there. I mean, at least until somebody brings a lawsuit, since it is in the DC code, enforcement could be done privately. Although as a lawyer, I know better than to think that that's easy.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'd be standing. Let me move on. This could just be because I'm in a bit of a mood. Mr. Booth. In your testimony at the end, you said we could be the first jurisdiction, the first major jurisdiction in the history of this country where our students from low-income families are competitive nationally for the colleges and careers of their choice by 2030. I'm not, my question isn't that a little too quickly? My question is, isn't that a little too late or slow?
I mean, for something that has never been done in the history of this country, to get it done, it's our moonshot moment, right? It's our opportunity to come out of a historic once in a lifetime tragedy that has been inequitable, to stand up and say for the first time in the history that we will end the cycle of poverty. And that it will take a lot to get there, right? Like our preschool students did not get the preschool that they deserved. That like we need every third grader to be approaching, meeting, or exceeding expectations of literacy. And then every eighth grader needs to be able to feel like they're entering high school on a pathway to getting to being whatever they want to be when they grow up. And then we have to be preparing our students not only to be successful at high school, but to be successful at college and career. That's going to take more than 3 years. I hope it doesn't need to take a decade, but to be the first jurisdiction in the history by the end of this decade, this is our moonshot moment. And so we need like strategic plans across our sector that are more than the 3 years that are being planned. We need them to be 3 to 7 years to be like, how are we getting past the ESSER fiscal cliff to make sure that we are not just like recovering, but that we are surging?
Well, I'm going to respond to you this way. First, I'm going to say that sometimes the most stupid questions can actually be the most profound. Maybe I'm not profound here, but then again, maybe I'm not stupid. So, but why does it take 7 years to get third graders to be able to read at grade level by the time they graduate from the third grade?
It doesn't take 7 years. That would be like the first thing that we should cover in the next 3 to 5 years, right? But then by the time that they get to the eighth grade, that they haven't dropped off. Like we've seen historically, like PARCC scores went third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, then sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade. Like there's something happening in middle school where our students are not necessarily connecting in the ways that they need to, and they're not feeling confident and comfortable when they get to high school. We're doing a lot of work in high school, right, to reimagine it. That's excellent improvement work, except are our students going to be ready for those improved high school experiences with the foundational skills that they need?
Well, interesting. And it reminds me of what Ms. Coffin said, and I was going to ask her about this. So she testified that the cohort, when you look at the data, that a cohort, I don't have the language right in front of me, basically declines after a couple of years, which is sort of what you were just saying, Mr. Boots, that kids who are doing well third grade, some of them will decline by the eighth grade. What's going on here? Whichever one of you wants to tackle that, Ms. Coffin or Mr. Boots.
So I'm happy to start. When we looked at the publicly available information, we don't have student level data, but just compared elementary to middle school students, we saw that typically for English language arts before the pandemic, 11 percentage points more students would be meeting expectations by middle school, but there was a decline in math of 8 percentage points. So we did see this middle school slide in math. And then after the pandemic, or, in those 3 years since the pandemic, we're seeing that happen for both ELA and math, that by the time elementary students become middle school students, they're not as many are meeting or exceeding expectations. I think during the pandemic, it's easier to see, but it'd be great to hear, Josh or anyone else who wants to jump in on what's behind those numbers at this
Well, you look like he was trying to duck this, but what struck me, and you confused me a little bit in what you just said, was that you looked at third graders in 1 year in their scores, and then 3 years later, you look at what would that be, sixth graders, maybe I've got the wrong grade, and their scores. So presumably it's the same students, even though we don't know that for a fact. And there was decline. And my question is, why? Why the decline? And that's sort of what Mr. Boots was saying, that when I said, why don't we just get all third graders to be able to read grade level? And his answer was, yeah, but there still will be some decline in later years. Why?
I think my one thing that I would offer is that the expectations are different for third graders than sixth graders. So by the time you get to sixth grade, you're having to, you need to be able to do more in ELA than you did in third grade. It's also possible that, and for math, there are new skills. So that would be my easy explanation.
And I think it's more nuanced than that, right? Like the three things that both schools do: joy, relationships, effective instructional time. They shift and change from elementary school to middle school, right? The nature of peer relationships in elementary school has changed to middle school. So it is really like, how do we engage our peers? Peer effects become a real thing. Parental involvement tends to wane. And so how do we continue to get parents to be involved through middle school, through high school? And so that is stuff that takes effort and energy, and also funds.
Mr. Hodge, I only have a couple more questions. Mr. Hodge, in your testimony, you emphasized, looking to see if you're here. Is he here, Joshua Hodge? Well, the question I was going to ask was, he talked about transparency with the Literacy Council, and I was wondering why that was a concern. But Ms. Reed-Witt, you spoke about the Literacy Council as well. I kind of take a dim view of making groups larger, and your testimony proposed increasing it. And I view the Literacy Task Force as people who are trained with expertise in literacy, and you were stressing that there ought to be folks who they bring the lived experience, but they wouldn't have that expertise.
Well, that was only for, I mean, the community, someone from the community could actually be an expert. I spoke about a parent, could be a parent that's a speech pathologist, I don't know, but I am very concerned that there isn't a specific voice for special education and for teachers and for multi-language learners, because what often happens is the policy comes from the top, but it does not contemplate what it actually means to implement. So we need some implementers at the table so that they can let the people at the top know what actually happens when you try to implement these things, because that's the problem that we run into often.
I'm just thinking the council's appointee is the chief academic officer at one of the charter schools. And I believe she was a teacher for many years before she became the chief academic officer. So she wouldn't have that experience of a teacher or the experience of implementing?
Well, I think it depends on how the person sees their roles. I mean, specifically in my legislation, in my comments, I said a voice. Now, if that person sees themselves in the task force as being the teacher's voice, it's very different. And maybe that person would feel it necessary to reach out to other teachers or other teacher representative groups and bring that voice in. But I don't see that there. I'm very concerned about the teacher voice, as I said, the multilingual voice, and because the implementation of the structured literacy may be different for those groups.
You also said you want a feasibility study. Could you explain that more?
Well, I would like us to, I think it was the supplementary budget legislation that that we got the task force from, it mentions a lot of actions that the task force is supposed to look at. And the task force report is not due until September. So I don't want to wait to know, we kind of know the kinds of things that they're trying to figure out. And we know we don't already have all that budgeted. But if we wait till September, it'll be the following year when we're discussing costs. So I'm thinking, since we know what they're supposed to be looking at, that at some level, we can look at costs and have some kinds of discussion in the cycle that's coming up.
Okay. I think I'm going to leave it there and get the next group of witnesses. I want to thank each of you. You all are excused. I think if you want, you get put back in whatever the waiting room is, or it's called, and you can continue to watch. But thank you again, and I'm going to call the next group. The next, I think it was 16. Carrie Savage, who's Director of Policy and Advocacy, PAVE. Scott Goldstein, who's with Empower Ed. Ilka Scott Marcus, who's Chief Academic Officer for Friendship Public Charter School. Liz Stribel, who's Senior Managing Director of Literacy and the Humanities at KIPP DC. Kendrick Curry, who's listed as founder of Elect Ed DC. That's Elect ED. Jessica Giles, State Director of Education Reform Now. David Wakeland, so partner with Union Square Learning. Ann Carabell, who is instructor at American University. Kate Merrill, Director of Curriculum and Instruction at Center City Public Charter Schools. Pete Anderson with Washington Latin Public Charter School. Elizabeth Torres, who's CEO and co-founder of Washington Global Public Charter School. Regina Bell, who's with Washington Teachers Union. Sarah Cole, Assistant Principal of Literacy at the Social Justice School. Anita Vorlasek, who's with Empower Ed. I'm pausing because it actually says here Empowered Ed. Elena Mintz, who's founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad, and Laura Fuchs, who is co-chair of DC Core. Give a moment for everybody to get let in. I'm going to be just a moment here. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Let's start with Carrie Savage, who will be followed by Scott Goldstein. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. I'm grateful we are having this critical conversation on how well we are educating students in response to the recent NAEP and PARCC scores. When we asked parents this year about their experience around academic data, their responses largely fell into one of three categories. First, parents had not been given information or data at all about how their child is doing. Second, parents only received information because they proactively reached out to their child's school, or in some cases, even had to hound schools for it. Or three, parents received data and information, but it wasn't accessible, explained, or in conjunction with a conversation about what the data means or what to do with it. And that's a failure. Everyone here at this hearing today is because we care about kids and their future, and we want to take action to be a part of the solution to improve. For parents, that care, dedication, and passion is magnified to the nth degree. It is pure and it is unwavering, and yet far too often parents are left in the dark or on the sidelines of these conversations. So today, I want to share solutions that parent leaders have developed to respond to this moment. First is data is a critical tool, but it requires leadership and engagement to make it useful. Parents need access to clear, accessible data about how their kids are doing and opportunities to engage with educators and school leaders about next steps. What is the city doing to make sure that every student and family, regardless of school, is engaging in conversations about their school's data, individual school progress, and what we can do to get better? What support and guidance is provided to do this well district-wide? What accountability or oversight measures are in place to ensure those conversations are happening regularly and with the attention they deserve? We do have some great examples of this in pockets. Now we need to make sure that this is happening for every child at every school. Second, we have to get better at sharing resources and opportunities. DC has already made some great investments in high impact areas like tutoring, out of school time programs, including scholarships, mental health supports for families facing financial or housing insecurity, and more. But too often that information isn't getting to those that need it. We must make every effort to maximize those investments and connect families to what they need, not just the status quo newsletter or flyer. And finally, we must deepen our investments, both capacity building and dollars. Increase funding for our schools so they can meet the needs of students, knowing those needs have grown due to COVID, increased violence in communities, and other sources of trauma. Center school-based mental health by assessing the community needs and providing adequate resources to meet them, much similar to the cost study that we worked on last year, building and sustaining a pipeline of diverse mental health professionals, improving family engagement, coordination of care, and support for school staff, and expanding access to OST programs, improving information about sharing about programs, cost-saving options, make sure there are quality programs in convenient locations in all wards, and increasing transparency and oversight so we actually do what we set out to do. I look forward to working with you to continue to ensure parent voices are centered in these conversations. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could send that, please.
Absolutely, will do. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Scott Goldstein, who will be followed by Liz Stribel.
Good afternoon. What made you go to school? What made you love learning? If you didn't love school, why was that? I've heard several members of this DC Council before talk about how they didn't score too well on tests themselves, and because of it, many wrote them off. But the saving grace was a teacher who believed in them and believed they were more than their test scores or grades may have indicated. And today they sit on the dais of the Council of the District of Columbia. None of this is to say we shouldn't have a sense of urgency about the dismal proficiency rates of our students. In fact, the opposite. But the truth is our urgency over test scores often drives us towards solutions that don't square with the research and that make the problems worse, confining students to a more and more limited curriculum and spending time they could be engaging in learning in test prep mode that drives down student interest in school. I know you're trying to understand the results of recent assessments and what we can do to improve student outcomes. What I would offer you is that in order to understand how student outcomes can improve, we need to consider the ways in which these assessments themselves and the way we use them drive instructional strategy and education policy that limit students' opportunities, experiences, and engagement with school and self. In other words, we will not improve student test scores by focusing more on the test itself or explicit math and reading instruction, but rather by increasing student attendance and engagement in school and the root causes like poverty. The constant focus on data and test results, especially in reaction to so-called learning loss, drives schools to narrowly focus the curriculum, disengages students from schools, reduces time for actual teaching, and ironically drives down the outcomes it's trying to improve. Further, it's unnecessary. Teachers assess their students every day and are the most informed about where students are and how to target efforts for improvement. You have the rest of my testimony, so I'm going to ad lib with the last minute and a half here to respond to a really important conversation that you were having with Josh Boots. The moonshot approach that he describes is completely possible, but it's only possible if we do something differently. If we want to achieve something different, we have to do something different than we've been doing. And that's what we haven't done. Since the 1980s, we have had the same approach of education reform, an intensive focus on more time in reading and more time in math, an obsessive focus with the data that results from the testing of them, and then trying to drill down on that reading and math data with more and more time in those subjects to see if the scores will improve, and they haven't. Since the Industrial Revolution, the school schedule has looked almost exactly the same. Why are students spending time exactly in the same school schedule with exactly the same routine when we have never in human history, as Josh Boots said, closed the achievement gaps that he's talking about? We have to do something differently. Schedules have to be more flexible if we're going to fit in time to target enrichment to specific students. It helps educators, but it also helps students. We have to do things differently on teacher training, on teacher support, on teacher retention. Since the early 2000s, we have been doing the same thing on education reform in DC and have not closed achievement and opportunity gaps for our students. So my plea to you today is to think about that if we actually want to solve these problems, we have to focus on the root causes like poverty. We have to change the school day. We have to change the school week fundamentally, but we have to focus on student engagement. Do students want to come to school to learn? Because if students don't want to come to school to learn, if their engagement is not there, if we do not get them attending school, none of the other solutions matter. So my focus and my urging of the council is to think about how similarly we have been doing things in education for more than 100 years, and to think about doing them differently and trusting teachers with the solutions of how to do them differently if we want to change the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Vilka Scott Marcus will be followed by Liz Stribel. Who's not here? Okay. Ms. Stribel, I think you're next, and you'll be followed by Kendrick Curry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Liz Streetbull, and I'm the Senior Managing Director of Literacy and Humanities at KIPP DC. I'm a proud Ward 5 resident and DC Pass parent. At KIPP DC, I lead a team of instructional coaches who provide content and pedagogical support across our 20 schools. And I'm excited to be here today to get specific on our approach to post-pandemic literacy instruction and intervention. Our 21-22 PARCC literacy scores and NAEP performance illustrated what we were seeing in classrooms and on assessment measures. The pandemic interrupted learning for many students, specifically impacting the development of their foundational literacy skills. Phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency skills were significantly more difficult to teach virtually. Effective instruction requires teachers to listen closely to individual students' articulation of sounds and their reading, both of which are extremely challenging through a computer. The gaps created by virtual instruction widened during the 21-22 school year as students struggled with inconsistent attendance. At the start of this school year, over half of our 2nd through 6th grade students had not mastered the basic foundational skills to read fluently and accurately, and thus comprehend text at grade level on assessments like PARCC and NAEP. This reality created an urgency to ensure students receive consistent, high-quality foundational skills instruction designed to bridge these gaps. So therefore, at KIPP DC, we're focusing on 3 things: implementation of research-based Tier 1 foundational skills instruction, daily really great reading lessons in grades pre-K, K, and 1 that include aligned independent practice, data analysis, and responsive teaching. Teachers are bridging gaps in mastery daily. In grades 2 through 4, our students receive differentiated Tier 1 phonics instruction. The beginning of year data showed us that our students in grades 2 through 4 were mastering their foundational skills at different rates. This trend led to students being grouped for Tier 1 phonics instruction based on their decoding level, so that they will receive phonics instruction precisely aligned to their developmental level. Additionally, we're focusing on providing intervention for our secondary students who are most impacted during the pandemic and their foundational skills. They're still struggling to read in grades 5 and above. We're strengthening our Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention systems for those students. At the end of our first year of implementing the Really Great Reading Phonics Suite for Tier 1 instruction in grades pre-K through 4, twice as many of our students met benchmarks. This year, more 3rd and 4th grade students are meeting benchmarks and testing out of Tier 1 foundational skills instruction. I'm confident we're on the right track to support all of our students in becoming proficient readers. In order to continue this work, we ask for the council's partnership on the following. First, funding for decodable text. As research shows, a student's ability to apply their foundational skills knowledge to phonetically controlled text accelerates mastery. We'd like to acquire more recently published text that match each student's current decoding level and align with our curriculum scope and sequence. Second, continue funding for accelerator teachers. Experienced literacy teachers are critical to the success of this work. Over the past year and a half, the accelerator teachers funded by ESSER have provided targeted small group instructions to our students in grades 3 through 8 with the most significant decoding deficits. We will need the council's financial support to continue this program as federal funding receives. Lastly, as my colleague Shannon mentioned, patience. Learning to decode and read fluently takes time and practice, and only after these skills are mastered will we see dramatic performance increases on grade level comprehension assessments like PARCC. Students have to be able to decode and fluently read the words on the page or the screen before they can begin to comprehend them. This work will not happen overnight. Reading is magical, it's powerful, teaching it is joy, is a joy and an honor. As we work to significantly improve the outcomes and experience of our readers, we need to do so with a spirit of hope and optimism. We have a strong history of success, and we know that this is achievable for all of our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Struble. Is Kendra Curry here? No. Jessica Giles? I think she's here. She needs to be let in. She'll be followed by David Wakeland. There you are, Ms. Giles. Is Mr. Wakeland here? Then Ann Carabell will be after that. I see her. All right, Ms. Giles, why don't you begin?
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the State Director of Education Reform Now, DC, a nonprofit organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all DC students. With limited time here, I'm providing testimony on improving PARCC, NAEP, and academic achievement in the District of Columbia. My colleague Josh Hodge testified earlier about improving literacy. DC needs a bold vision for educational excellence. Either we believe all students can learn and we set high standards for them in schools, or we do not, and we keep getting the same results or worse year after year. A bold vision for educational excellence means the district must, 1, assess students' learning across the District of Columbia, 2, equip families with timely, relevant, easily understandable, and actionable information about these assessments, and 3, hold our schools accountable for ensuring every student receives a high-quality education. So first, we must assess student learning across the District of Columbia. The PARCC exam provides key information about how DC students are performing against grade level academic standards. The PARCC exam is specifically designed to measure whether DC students are reading and doing math on grade level, and it is the only assessment we have to compare the academic achievement of students across DC public schools and public charter schools. The NAEP, which is often called the nation's report card, is the largest continuing and nationally representative exam. It is considered the gold standard of exams because it provides high level of academic rigor and acts as a neutral referee in comparing states to one another. More often than not, states vary widely in how closely their proficiency rates on state tests track with those on NAEP. This is called the honesty gap. DC has a very small honesty gap, which is a good sign of academic rigor. Second, we must equip families with timely, relevant, easily understandable, and actionable information about these assessments. How can OSCE ensure the PARCC exam is timely and relevant? While the PARCC exam is not designed to directly influence educators' daily practice, the district can provide initial results sooner to schools, district leaders, and educators in early summer to allow results to influence plans for the coming year. Parents need scores early so they can advocate for their learners. For example, when parents receive comparable statewide data earlier, it allows them the opportunity to evaluate whether or not their student is being served, which could lead to school choice decisions or early advocacy with new classroom teachers. So how can OSCE release data earlier? They can test earlier, as mentioned, ensure timeliness of reports, and compile school accountability results later in the process. How can OSCE ensure the PARCC exam results are accessible and actionable? It's not clear if families are receiving their PARCC exam results. And if they are, it is unclear whether they're giving guidance to understand what their results mean or take action on them. OSSI must proactively release PARCC exam results to every family and provide resources to families for understanding their child's score and what to do about it. The same should be applied to other assessments, including MAP, iReady, and DIBELS. Third, we must hold our schools accountable for ensuring every student receives a high quality education. We know that students' PARCC and NAEP scores plummeted in English language arts, reading and math, and opportunity gaps widening. Much of this decline was predicted due to the pandemic. Still, there were schools who made leaps and those who sunk. So the district can do 4 things. The district needs to share lessons learned from the pandemic and transparently scale solutions for schools that are struggling. We need to deepen engagement with families to improve student attendance and academic proficiency. We need to implement a citywide plan that eliminates systemic inequities for students with disabilities, and we need to require all K-5 educators be trained in the science of reading. Educational excellence requires political courage, the innate belief that every student can learn, and the commitment to treat parents as partners. Only then will we be able to ensure students can reach their full potential in the DC. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. David Wakeland, I don't think he's here. I'm pausing for a moment. The reason I'm pausing is because I'm told that Vilka Scott Marcus may not be who's testifying. It might be Pat Brantley, which is fine, or maybe it is Miss Scott Marcus. But there you are. Why don't you begin?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Vilka Scott Marcus, and I am honored to serve as the Chief Academic Officer of Friendship Public Charter School. Friendship is the 3rd largest LEA in the District of Columbia and serves nearly 5,000 students in 15 schools located in wards 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. For over 2 decades, the idea that Friendship will provide students a world-class education has served as a cornerstone of our mission and informed the work we do. First, let me acknowledge the critical and demanding path that lies ahead to ensure that we support and accelerate the growth of all scholars to mitigate the long-term impact the pandemic is projected to have on our scholars. At Friendship, we are committed to this work, and we are meeting this responsibility with urgency. This is the work of right now. And while I would be happy to outline our strategies to meet the current needs of students and families, I would prefer to focus on what lies beyond the immediate response to the pandemic. Because at Friendship, we have learned that in order to truly provide a world-class education, we must always plan towards the future. As we see in our own network, in other charter LEAs, in DCPS schools, and especially as highlighted by Empower K-12 in their Bold Schools initiative, there are examples of excellence throughout the district. This was true before the pandemic and during the pandemic, and it is true now. It is all of our responsibility to amplify the practices and successes of these schools. If we want to plan beyond the recovery and replicate the successful practices of our best schools and educators, in addition to meeting the urgent current needs of our students, we must address 2 longstanding barriers to sustained excellence: people and money. The most important factor in a child's success in school is the quality of the teacher at the front of the room. This council has the power and the responsibility to ensure that Washington, D.C. is a city in which educators can thrive. This means affordable housing, robust and efficient public transportation, and a strong sense of safety and community. According to the recent report by the DC Policy Center, more than half of teachers cannot live in the district affordably. If we want students to succeed and students to excel, we must create the conditions for teachers to live and work and flourish in the community. It also means robust teacher development pipelines so that DC residents who aspire to do so can live and teach in the city they live in with the students they know. Next, the ESSER funds will begin to expire. Schools will face mounting crises. We will be expected to continue doing what we have always done while also accelerating academic recovery and increased wraparound support for students. Recovery is possible, but it is not a job that will take 1 to 2 years. It's a long-term commitment that requires long-term investment. At Friendship Public Charter Schools, this is how we are thinking about the road ahead. We are focused on a targeted set of priorities and strategies we believe will accelerate student achievement. We are creating the conditions for our teachers and leaders to grow and remain within our schools. We are being good stewards of the financial resources we have in preparation for the long road ahead. And we ask that you help to identify, amplify, and replicate the best practices and the best schools, create the conditions for educators to thrive in the district, and ensure schools have the financial resources needed for the monumental work that lies ahead. Thank you for creating the space for this discussion and for giving me the time to share my perspective. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott Marcus. Again, I think David Wakeland is not here. So Anne Carabell would be next.
Hi, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and the DC Council Committee of the Whole. Thank you for allowing me to contribute my testimony to this hearing. My name is Annie Carabell, and I am an instructor and researcher at American University's School of Education. I'm also a parent of a DCPS first grader. First, my colleagues and I applaud our partners at DCPS for their dedication to improving literacy among DC's students. From the NAEP results, we know that fourth graders in DC perform statistically significantly higher than their counterparts in Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, and Philadelphia, among others. Also, while I acknowledge that change takes time and that DC's proficiency rate, 32%, is higher than that of comparable large cities, I also know that more than 32% of DC's fourth graders can become skilled readers. In an effort to continue DC's upward momentum on literacy, I will share a recommendation from today from my perspective as a researcher, practitioner, parent, and community member. And I focus this recommendation on reading comprehension. In order for students to reach the high standards in reading and writing as outlined in the Common Core, and ultimately to improve scores on assessments like PARCC or NAEP, they need access to comprehensive knowledge-building curricula, in addition to highly effective phonics and morphology curricula. To be clear, although the Common Core standards are listed as test and topic agnostic, students do not learn skills such as, for example, describing the relationship between a series of historical events in a vacuum. Yet in many classrooms in the city, repeated strategy instruction, which reduces text to their format or structure and often occurs with excerpts and inauthentic leveled texts, does not support students' ability, their students' knowledge development and their acquisition of these complex skills. Rather, students learn about the world and acquire these skills by deeply engaging with complex grade level texts filled with new ideas, unknown words, challenging syntax, and unfamiliar text structures. DC students deserve access to high quality books in all grades, in all subjects, and in all schools. For these reasons, I recommend the implementation of a high quality knowledge building curricula in all schools, aligned professional learning for educators and leaders, and sustained support for those implementing the changes in order to provide equitable instruction for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. You had another paragraph. I thought you were going to go on. But
I abridged a little bit due to the sake of time.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Merrill.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Dr. Kate Merrill, and I work at Center City Public Charter Schools as the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Center City has 6 campuses across DC located in wards 4, 5, 6, and 8. Our school serves students in grades pre-K through 8th grade. Our current enrollment is 1,391 students. The last 2.5 years have been particularly challenging for our schools. Our 2022 PARCC data yielded disappointing results, halting a growth trajectory we had been experiencing prior to the pandemic. Students currently in grades 4 through 8 experienced interrupted or virtual learning during the grade levels where foundational literacy skills are typically developed. As a result, we now have more students across these grade levels who are not functionally literate than we ever have before. In 4 through 8, foundational literacy is no longer included in Tier 1 instruction as it is in K-3. If students are not able to read fluently by 4th grade, they will have little opportunity to learn unless they consistently receive targeted intervention. Though we have interventionists at every school who manage our RTI process, they are stretched very thin and are often not trained reading specialists. Teaching a struggling student to read requires a very specific skill set that goes beyond guided reading groups and tutoring. Schools across the country are experiencing teacher shortages, and we have positions that have remained unfilled since the pandemic. Sourcing for a highly qualified reading specialist is a near impossible task in this environment, especially when they don't exist in large numbers across the sector. The funding isn't currently the issue. We can't hire qualified teachers and specialists if such applicants do not exist. Despite these challenges, we have used COVID relief funds to invest in professional learning in the science of reading for our existing interventionists and for our 3rd and 4th grade teachers. In grades K-3, we have used a research-based curriculum that is aligned to the science of reading since 2015. Last year, we transitioned to Wit and Wisdom in K-2 and to the Wilson Foundation's curriculum, a research-based program that builds foundational literacy skills. We believe this shift was necessary to ensure that our students, many of whom arrive in our schools with existing literacy gaps, receive intentional and consistent Tier 1 instruction in foundational literacy. This effort has already had a demonstrated impact on student achievement. Though Park achievement levels are sobering, Center City outperformed the state in 3rd grade reading. In our classrooms and schools staffed by our most veteran teachers and where attendance remained stable throughout virtual learning, our students showed higher than typical growth according to nationally normed assessments. In the short term, here's how we feel the council can help. Advocate for and secure continued funding for literacy-based supports to include professional learning for staff in the science of reading and in research-based literacy interventions. Continue to invest in programs like DC School Connect and expand wraparound programs that allow schools to partner with families and remove barriers that contribute to chronic absenteeism and truancy. It is impossible to teach students to read if they are not in school to receive instruction. We recognize that immediate solutions are required to address learning loss and literacy gaps. However, we also believe that developing a long-term solution that addresses teacher shortages and the lack of qualified reading specialists is imperative. The council can help by advocating for and securing funding for university-based partnerships to train prospective teachers and specialists in research-based reading interventions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Merrill. Peter Anderson will be followed by Elizabeth Torres.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Anderson, head of schools at Washington Latin, serving more than 900 students in grades 5 through 12 in wards 4 and 5. I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt appreciation for the work the council has done to support the efforts of schools in the district to recover from the varied impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Effective responses to learning loss, to trauma, to educative burnout and exit, to caregiver concerns, and to myriad other challenges will need to be both comprehensive and creative. I cannot address the full scope of responses in this testimony. However, I will speak quickly to 3 areas of concern. 1, park testing. Park testing can be significantly time-consuming and disruptive to the school schedule. You heard that from one of my colleagues. Still, insofar as these tests assess critical thinking and offer ways to track student progress in mastering the Common Core standards, you can count me as a fan. However, I am concerned about the lag in the amount of time between testing and when schools get the results. I'm also concerned that schools don't get enough information about the standards or substandards that need greater emphasis or clarity so they can use the results to better inform instruction. 2, literacy instruction. I believe that all teachers are teachers of literacy. However, not all teachers have received the training and ongoing support to successfully teach reading and writing. Investing in more professional development for teachers on learning how to teach reading and writing in the content areas particularly, and how to teach reading comprehension strategies, especially in middle and high school grades, would be a step forward. I also see value in finding ways to provide more training for reading and writing coaches and interventionists. Finally, 3, mental health. This council has made substantial investments in mental health support for students, and this has already begun to make an impact in our community. However, there is a need for similar investments in supporting the mental health and well-being of teachers and administrators. A RAND survey from June 2021 found, among other things, that teachers were almost 3 times more likely to report symptoms of depression than other adults. Findings like this suggest that teachers may have not just reached their breaking point, but many may have surpassed that point, further imperiling a profession that has long struggled with low pay and declining morale. I think there's more that we can do, like providing better housing options for educators and then investing in more robust retirement plan possibilities, especially for charter school teachers. However, one of the most pressing needs for educators is access to affordable mental health care. Might it be possible to get on-site mental health support similar to that which we make available to students? If we want to address student needs, we have to make sure that we do more to take care of our teachers, counselors, assistant principals, and principals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide it.
I will do that.
Thank you. Elizabeth Torres.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. Thank you for holding this hearing on the critical topic of literacy in the NAEP and PARCC assessments. I am Dr. Elizabeth Torres. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Washington Global Public Charter School. We are a standalone middle school located in Ward 6. We provide students with a rigorous academic program, research-based academic intervention, and the opportunity for students to authentically engage with their community and the world around them through service learning and our global studies program. Our school serves a mainly priority student population. Approximately 70% of our students have been identified by OSSE as at risk, and approximately 22% of our students receive special education services. Over 60% of our students enter Washington Global 2 or more grade levels below in reading. We have had tremendous success in ensuring that our students achieve academically, despite the pandemic and other challenges. In October 2022, Washington Global was named an Empower K-12 Bold Performance School for demonstrating PARCC proficiency rates above pre-pandemic expectations when compared to schools serving a similar student population. I am proud to share that Washington Global had the highest ELA PARCC proficiency of any DC middle school serving an at-risk student population. Washington Global has worked hard over the years to ensure that our academic program is constantly adapting to meet our students' needs. We implemented 3 key changes over the years that had an impact. The first is a core reading program. In 2019, we developed and implemented a core secondary reading class. All students at Washington Global who enter the school 2 or more grade levels below in reading take this class, and it meets 5 days a week. This class uses student data and employs a variety of research-based reading programs to improve students' reading skills. Second, we used federal pandemic funds to hire an ELA interventionist to mitigate learning loss caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The ELA interventionist has been instrumental in improving our students' literacy skills through providing targeted reading instruction, ELA instruction, and small group instruction. With the addition of the ELA interventionist, we were able to expand the scope of our core reading program. We also offer high-impact tutoring. The instructional team at Washington Global provides targeted small group ELA and math tutoring to mitigate learning loss caused by the pandemic. All of our tutors are in-house and they dedicate several hours a week to providing this instruction. Improving student literacy takes an intentional and coordinated effort to be successful. Washington Global and other similar schools require the necessary funding, staffing, and tools to make an impact. Once our federal pandemic funds expire, Washington Global will need future assistance from the local city budget to sustain key roles such as our ELA interventionists to provide the support to continue to improve student literacy. Thank you for your time today and for holding this hearing on this important topic.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Regina Bell from the Teachers Union.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. Nationwide, there has been a drop in literacy scores. In DCPS, every demographic group has shown a decline in reading scores, but Black and Hispanic students have fallen the furthest behind, as indicated by the NAEP and other data. The performance gap between Black and white students still persists, and the outcomes continue to show that students in more affluent schools fare better than students in low-income schools. These discrepancies in achievement did not start with the pandemic. This data is typical for DCPS. Thanks to a bill passed by the council, DCPS has started to provide professional development for all teachers in K-2 on recognizing reading difficulties and instruction and intervention that are aligned to a science-based reading program. That is a good start, but the situation demands a more urgent response. Let's limit class size in low-income schools. Smaller class sizes will benefit students by giving teachers more time to build relationships and to work with students individually. High-dose tutoring is another effective strategy to improve literacy skills as long as it is implemented properly and with fidelity. The tutors need to be certified teachers working with small groups of students outside regular classes. The pandemic has highlighted the need to address the mental health issues that plague our students. Many students have experienced potentially traumatic events of violence, abuse, neglect. These experiences have been magnified by the pandemic. There needs to be as much focus on a child's mental and emotional state as their academic performance. The CDC states that the single most important thing the school can do is to create a caring, safe environment that supports students and is sensitive to the complex dynamics of life that might be fueling childhood trauma. Providing a safe environment starts with the physical school facility. Stop excessive testing. This only adds to student and teacher stress. I urge the council to pass the Students' Right to Read Amendment Act of 2021. Librarians provide a variety of literacy opportunities. They have resources and skills that benefit students and enrich teaching. Every student deserves to have the benefit and resource of a library and librarian at their school. In short, students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Students need to feel they belong, are seen, and acknowledged. It is not just about feeling good, it's a direct determinant of academic achievement. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Sarah Cole. You are muted, so you have to start over.
Thank you for catching that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Cole, and I am the Assistant Principal of Literacy at the Social Justice School. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. Today, we are here to examine the literacy implications of the NAEP and PARCC assessment results. Before I dive into these assessments, I'd like to share about my experience as a teacher. For most of my teaching career, I had the privilege of working at Capital City Public Charter School, an expeditionary learning school that incorporates long-term project-based learning. While I taught at Capital City PCS Middle School, we as teachers were trusted as competent, creative professionals who could craft meaningful projects and lessons that grounded our students' learning in true purpose. This experience was markedly different than my experience prior at a school where we were given a curriculum that we were expected to teach to the script. At that school, we assessed student learning via standardized assessments rather than analyzing student project work. Most students grew very little, if at all. Needless to say, Capital City was a breath of fresh air. As a humanities teacher, I was charged with teaching my students literacy skills in addition to our 5th grade social studies curriculum, beginning with the 3 branches of the U.S. federal government. The project I designed for my 5th grade students positioned them as experts who could convince grown-ups to vote in the upcoming midterm election. My students were shocked to learn that most adults couldn't name the 3 branches, and even more shocked that most adults generally opted out of voting during midterm elections. They were officially on a mission to convince grown-ups to do better. When my students were reading in class, it was to find evidence that explained the importance of Congress and how it influences the other branches. When my students were writing, it was to produce drafts of paragraphs where they cited evidence showing the power of the branches and how they would be impacted by midterm elections. At the end of this project, my brilliant, capable students traveled to George Mason University to canvass and rally the adults on the campus to vote the next day during the election. I witnessed my English learners and students with and without disabilities chasing adults down to encourage them to vote, passing out the information cards they had written about the impact of Congress. After this project, my students wrote powerful reflections capturing their learning from the day. Over and over again, students brought up how they were able to make a difference using what they had learned. And this is how we build student literacy. This is how we measure their progress. The reality is standardized tests, in addition to being incredibly biased, are not an accurate measure of student learning because many students aren't motivated to do their best on this test. This school year, more than ever, I have seen students extremely frustrated by the amount of standardized tests they've had to take to track their progress and predict their performance on PARCC. My ELA teachers have also been frustrated as these tests consistently disrupt instruction and learning in the name of progress monitoring. An inordinate amount of time is dedicated to testing because PARCC is currently playing an outsized role in DC's education system. I humbly beg you to lower the stakes of the PARCC assessment. Please trust teachers as professionals to design the learning experiences and meaningful assessments our students need and deserve. We know many of our students are struggling. Please give us back the time we now spend on testing so we can spend it instead on the actual learning. Teachers are brimming with innovative ideas to improve learning. Please stop putting all your eggs in the PARCC basket. Our students' literacy depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Anita Vorlasek. Is she here? I don't see her. Elena Mintz.
Hi, I'm Ilana Mintz, the founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad, a nonprofit education organization that provides curriculum-aligned outdoor learning programs in every subject, as well as teacher professional development. In just the last 18 months, we've engaged over 1,000 students through more than 160 programs, worked in 20 locations, partnered with 8 schools and 12 organizations, and hiked over 300 miles with students in the District of Columbia. We work hard to raise funds to bring our work to schools and communities in underserved neighborhoods of Washington, D.C., where we activate the outdoor classroom, trees, majestic waterways and their endless tributaries, parks, and the built environment, bridges, buildings, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. These learning spaces provide endless opportunities to connect to existing lesson plans, including in engineering, environmental stewardship, math, poetry, fiction and nonfiction writing, and on and on. Earlier this month, I was with a group of students who were asked to create an ecosystem that focused on a single tree. They needed to demonstrate that they understood what we'd been working on for the last 2 days, including the parts of a tree, the species that relied on that tree, or which the tree relied on, and to categorize them as producers, consumers, or decomposers. Students were encouraged to use terms like herbivore and carnivore, and were asked to illustrate pollinators. Today's hearing highlights a long-held tenet of our public education system, that indoors is for learning and outdoors is for play. The trend persists despite the facts. We're still moving through a pandemic and its effects. We're dealing with a crisis in youth mental health. Our teachers are exhausted and leaving public education. And peer-reviewed studies show that outdoor learning supports academic achievement, student well-being, and attendance rates. Given the shortened testimony time, those studies are in my written statement. I have never visited a DC public school that lacked a tree, which in itself can be the basis of at least 5 different literacy-focused lessons. And yet almost all of the curriculum-based learning that happens in our public schools takes place inside. Here's the wonderful news. The work is already happening. A group of 4 grantees, including Urban Adventure Squad, Casey Trees, Living Classrooms, and the Anacostia Watershed Society is bringing watershed education to 30 public and public charter elementary schools in DC, funded by the DC Department of Energy and Environment's Nature Near Schools grant. A much larger group of outdoor learning providers is providing outdoor learning citywide and are members of the DC Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Education. As a coalition, we are ready to leverage what we're already doing and scale up our efforts to provide standards-aligned programming that supports students and their teachers. The students who created an ecosystem out of a tree are between ages 6 and 8. This particular activity assessed what they learned at the close of a 2-day program in partnership with Casey Trees and Friends of the National Arboretum. The outdoor classroom is free, it's hyperlocal, and it's a space that brings joy, inquiry, and a break from the indoors and screen time. When the bell rings, it's critical that we give our teachers the opportunity and training to bring class outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mintz. Laura Fuchs. Is she here? All right, I think that's all the testimony from this group. I did have a few questions.
There is a teacher, Anita is in the waiting room trying to get in. Anita Vorlacek.
Okay. You letting her in?
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Am I ready to start? Am I okay?
Yes.
Awesome.
I don't know if you're okay, but you're ready to start.
Perfect, perfect. So I wanted to take a moment to ask everyone about what was your most valuable literacy learning experience when you were a child? Was it a book project? Was it a story you wrote? Was it a poetry experience? Was it a group project? Or was it when you were recognized by your class in a positive way? For me, it was when I was in 3rd grade, when I wrote a creative writing story in my English class. And I think that the common thread for all of these different experiences is that there is a human interaction between our students and our teachers. And for that reason, we all know that the pandemic shutdowns had such a damaging effect on our students and our education system. Our students were left alone. They were left at home with little interaction between other students and their teachers. And it was considered to be very ineffective. A great philosopher, David Hume, told us that we are a product of our own personal feelings and our passions, and those arise from our experiences and not from passive activities done alone. Our goal as teachers, I'm a current teacher right now in the DC Public Charter School, and our goal is to teach our students to read and write. But how can we achieve this goal with the vast loss of valuable time during the pandemic? How do we use our limited class time in the most effective and efficient way? This is the holy grail of successful teaching. Obviously, more class time and more group exercises are important, but we want to make sure that our class time is spent valuable. We want to make sure that it's meaningful. So I like to use the phrase, let's make meaning. To make our classroom more meaningful, we need to have personal interactions. We need to have classrooms that are student-centered, where our students are giving voices to make meaning. And we need to limit the amount of excess testing that we're doing and time used on test prepping. Although sometimes exaggerated, sometimes necessary, an exaggerated focus on testing results in unnecessary stress and creates damage to our students. We need to assess our students in a holistic approach. And as teachers, we should have the autonomy to make the decisions to assess our students in the best way. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a copy of your statement.
Wonderful.
So let me ask a few questions. I don't have questions for everybody. Ms. Bell, in your testimony, you noted that DCPS has started to provide professional development for all teachers in K-2, kindergarten to 2nd grade, on recognizing reading difficulties. How widespread is that? What I'm trying to get at is that I believe that's a result of the dyslexia bill we passed a couple of years ago requiring this. And I want to get a sense of how widespread, how broadly they're implementing this. It was to you, Ms. Bell. I just went through a whole question. I guess she's not here at the moment. It's a great question too. Ms. Torres, in your testimony, you mentioned 3 strategies that your school is doing. One of them was high impact tutoring. Could you describe what does that look like? You said an instructional team. So if I was a student at Washington Global, what would I see or experience with this high impact tutoring?
Wonderful, great question. So we do all of our high impact tutoring with our current academic team. So we have the ELA interventionist, we have a math teacher involved, our instructional coaches. So it's a team and director of intervention. So it's a team of about 7 to 8 instructional team members who may not be full-time classroom teachers. And they work with between 3 and 5 groups of 4 to 7 students, depending on the nature of the tutoring. And the students get pulled out at least 3 times a week for 30 minutes each. And it'll be either math or ELA that they work with the team. And it's the students are grouped by data. So we use data to group the students. And so students who have possibly like if they're working on reading and maybe their weakness is informational text, that group will work with one of the instructors on that skill, reading skill. So that's how we've handled the high impact tutoring, and we think that it's shown results, and it's intensive, and it takes commitment because the whole team who works on this also has numerous other responsibilities in our school building. But it has been really effective to use our own staff members because they know the students already, know their levels, and know and understand what's going on inside the classrooms.
So I'm a student at Washington Global, and I could use some high impact tutoring.
Mm-hmm.
So what may happen is during my history class, I get pulled out for 30 minutes. And
So it wouldn't be history. So it would be, we have a block called service learning intervention. So it's usually that block that the students are pulled out. And that's different. It's an after lunch block. We try not to pull out of the core classes like history, but it might be service learning intervention or some kind of an elective. And it would be 30 minutes 3 times a week.
all right, so I have an elective in orchestra.
Mhm.
And so I would get pulled out for 30 minutes. I would be with maybe 6 other students, maybe 4
Yes.
other students. And there's 7 adults, 7 faculty.
No, just 1 faculty per 4 to 7 students, but we have 7 faculty who are working on this across the school who run these groups. So each of them have a couple groups. So we have probably 30 of these groups going on in the school right now.
Okay. And you said the kids are grouped by according to data. So whatever my need is, it's similar to the other kids. And so this one instructor is addressing all of us, all 4, 5, 6 of us, in a way that's focused on what our needs are.
Absolutely, yes. So if you're struggling with a geometry standard and math, that's what your group, if I was a student, that would be the group I'm in. And then, so some students receive ELA, some students receive math in high impact tutoring, and there's some who receive both, just depending. And there are students from all levels, students who are high achieving, and then students who, need serious remediation, but just depending on what their needs are. So we try to, all students have the ability. So through the school year, most students will receive some kind of high impact tutoring, because if a student excels and then in that area, they may, take a break for a little bit and a new group cycles in. So we try to really keep the data, watch the data and see who needs what during the course of the school year.
And so it's not just about reading, it could be other issues. I think you said something like a geography standard.
Yeah, geometry. So it's math or reading. Yeah. So like a geometry standard, an algebra standard, or a reading area.
Yeah, you did say geometry. I don't know how I got geography out of
No,
that.
sorry.
And this is funded with ESSER dollars?
Some of the staff members who are conducting these groups are funded with ESSER dollars. So the ELA interventionist is ESSER funded. I'm trying to think, there are a handful who are ESSER funded running these groups. And then our ESSER funded staff, they also run, for instance, some of our larger reading classes. That's an ESSER funded individual who's running that program. And that's that ELA interventionist. So it's a really critical position for us.
So you may have an ESSER cliff.
We are working to not have an ESSER cliff, but I'm hoping, yeah. We still need that position. So I'm working hard to ensure that we don't lose that position, whatever it takes.
Yeah. Let me turn to Miss Bell. I think I saw her reappear. I thought I saw her reappear. Did she disappear? Can you hold on to her? All right. Had a great question for her too. Let me go to I had a question for Miss Dr. Merrill. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, excellent. Thank you. I have a array of boxes in front of me. So you ended your testimony saying, here's how the council could help. First, advocate for and secure continued funding for literacy-based supports. I understand that. The second was continue to invest in programs like DC School Connect. And as I'm sitting here, I should know what that is, but what is DC School Connect?
So it assists families with transportation. Many of our students, of course, attend schools that are far away from their neighborhoods.
And you go on wraparound programs that allow schools to partner with families. And I know there are some nonprofits that get grant funds to work with school family relationships. So I assume that that's what that's talking about. Correct?
Yes. We're experiencing higher rates of truancy and chronic absenteeism than we did even before the pandemic. The pandemic seems to have exacerbated that. So we're struggling with, despite our efforts and what we can control, and doing what we can to encourage families to come to school, and tracking that as closely as we can, making referrals to CFSA when we need to. It continues to be an issue.
Your third ask of the council was reimagine CFSA's role.
Yes, that was in my written testimony.
Yes. What do you mean?
Well, when our schools make referrals to CFSA, oftentimes they go unanswered. CFSA responds to the most critical need, but sometimes students are still truant and they're still missing a lot of school. But those referrals are going unanswered. I can't tell you why that happens because I don't work within that organization, but that is what's happening. So a reimagining of CFSA is probably something that's outside of my area of expertise, but that's something that we could use some support and advocacy around. Because when we submit those referrals, it's because we feel that we have done everything that's within our power to get those students to come to school. And now we need another agency to support that.
Well, you're supposed to make the referral if the kid's under 13 and if they've missed 10 days or more.
Yes. And we have students that have missed more than 10 days.
And so the challenge here is that you make the referral and you don't hear.
Right.
And,
that's correct.
Presumably, I think CFSA might do investigation has a meaning that for them, which is more formal than what I mean. In a lay term, that they investigate and then I guess they don't get back to you, but you don't even know that they investigate.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. At least that explains that. I see.
Yes.
Regina Bell has reappeared, I think. Or she's reappeared and she's frozen.
I'm here.
You're a challenge today.
Oh, it's the internet's a challenge.
Don't be blaming outer space. I had one question for you. In your testimony, you said that DCPS has started to provide professional development for all teachers in K-2 on recognizing reading difficulties. I am interested, how broad is that? Are they actually doing what the law requires, which is providing this to all teachers?
Well, that I'm not sure, but I know the teachers who are getting it. think it's very valuable, but we could do a survey to see if every school is getting that. And
That would be helpful.
I think I thank the council for that. So thank you. And we'll try to get that information.
Okay, well, I'm almost certain that comes out of the dyslexia law that we adopted in 2020.
Right.
For teachers to get training to recognize reading difficulties, and then a smaller number of teachers to get training in addressing them. And I think also some teachers to get training as coaches to teach other teachers.
Right,
how to
correct.
deal with. And so it's good to hear that it's happening, but I don't know how broadly it's happening. So if you could get more information on that, that would be great.
Okay, we'll do that.
I think I have one more question. I think I actually have two questions. So Miss Carabell, if you're here.
Yes, I'm here.
You said in your statement, in order for students to reach the high standards in reading and writing as outlined in the Common Core and to ultimately improve scores on assessments like the PARCC and NAEP, they need to access comprehensive knowledge building curricula, in addition to highly effective phonics and morphology curricula. And you went on, and I just wanted you to elaborate a little. Are you getting at the point that there needs to be, what do I say, broader exposure? That then makes what one's reading more interesting or relevant?
Yes, essentially, yes. I'm at the point what we know from reading comprehension research that background knowledge or content knowledge is a critical piece of that. So when students read passages about a horse one day and a turtle the next day, and a different country the next day, that really doesn't build up comprehension. And so what we know from the research is that sustained, ongoing, deep work in real, authentic texts is what builds students' comprehension. It builds their background knowledge and allows them to grapple with complex ideas that are engaging and rigorous and motivating.
But what's a real, authentic text is what I think you said. Because when you said the horse one day and a turtle next day, where I thought you were going was, that may not mean a whole lot to them unless, like last week, they went on a field trip and they saw horses or turtles.
Exactly. And so I know it seems like maybe a little bit of a silly contrast, but what we do see in a lot of classrooms is this very strategy focused instruction where you would work on the main idea with, say, a turtle and a horse, rather than, say, a deeper study of aquatic animals, for example. And so if you only look at the main idea, or you only look at how to identify cause and effect, that doesn't really build up your ability to transfer that to a different kind of text. So what we need is deep study of real authentic books in engaging in meaningful ways.
So looking at the deeper, what was the example you gave of aquatic science?
Yeah, so for example, you might have a great unit in elementary school on maybe aquatic animals, and I don't know much about aquatic animals, so I can't really say, what books I would recommend, but perhaps you would go really in depth with the ecosystem and the animals, and kids would learn how to write and speak about these complex ideas in the disciplines. I think, that's what teachers want to do. I work with teachers every week. They want to get into the really interesting, complex ideas with their students because they know their students can handle it and want it. And so what we need is to work on how to get into these complex texts so that students really can grow, rather than really just focusing on, the same main idea graphic organizer, like, main idea or cause and effect. We see that strategy instruction research. Strategy instruction can be beneficial, but only for a short period of time. So if you once you learn how to, get the main idea, you can generally get the main idea, but that's all you're getting. You're not getting the complexity and the nuance of the text. You're only getting the superficial portion.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'll leave it with that. I want to thank each of you. No, I did have one other question. I wanted to probe Mr. Goldstein. I knew I had something for him. So you went ad lib and talked about the moonshot and doing things differently. I wanted to kind of go back and forth with you a little on that, but why don't you summarize what you said?
Essentially, we've been doing school the same way for a very long time. You just got into a little bit of this conversation, right? Which is that teachers need to be able to go deep with content. We know that we don't improve literacy just by drilling skills like how do you find the main idea, right? Or explicit reading instruction. We build literacy skills by building content knowledge. Teachers don't often have the time to build sufficient content knowledge. This isn't anybody's fault in any particular school. This is the way our school days are set up in our current structure, that currently, if you want to do something like high impact tutoring, you're taking students from something else. Because there's not now, charter schools have a little more flexibility in how they set their day sometimes, but otherwise you don't actually have that flexible, block sometimes. Ms. Torres mentioned kind of a flexible block that they have, but schools may not always have that. So you might be taking students from something else in order to give them more explicit math and reading instruction. We have been on this bell-to-bell schedule since the Industrial Revolution that doesn't really work for students. And so I think the flexibility ideas that we've talked about can really contribute to how do you differentiate for students who need different kinds of enrichment throughout the day to target the approach to them. But also we know that the best way, as Josh Boots mentioned really well, to actually improve student results is to focus on them wanting to come to school. Safety, joy, things they experience at school, because they don't access any of the reading and math we're trying to teach them if they're not there, right? And so that speaks to the need for well-rounded education. And so we can do that. We have to take our focus off the excessive amount of time we spend on standardized testing, and trust a little bit more the assessments teachers do every day to assess their students and react to the assessments that they're using. So there's a lot there, but I think we have to get away from some reforms that we know that have, I think exacerbated things. And thus we've been doing these reforms for 20 years, 40 years, 100 years in some cases, and have not closed any achievement or opportunity gaps in that time.
So then take a school like Henley, which is elementary school in Ward 8, a very high at-risk population. You would, I'm going to state it in the extreme, blow up their schedule, and how restructure it differently?
Yeah, so, we've talked about this a bunch in terms of the flexible scheduling. It can come in a lot of different varieties. For some schools, it might mean a day that's focused on enrichment. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday happens the same, but Wednesday happens differently. And what you do during that day is maybe make a lot of space for the typical core classes to happen on the other 4 days. And on that day, people can have deep experiential learning, project-based learning. Older students can have internship or vocational experiences. You can have blocks that are set up to build in tutoring that is specific to this individual student's needs, where teachers then act less as the teacher leading one single lesson, but as a facilitator, being able to target a bunch of different students on areas that they personally need. So you might change one day of the week. You might also change the end of each day. You end each school day a little bit earlier with a shorter schedule and create a flexible block at the end of the day. So I think we have to allow schools to come up with models that work for them. But I do think, as we've talked about before, we do need the city to provide a bucket of funds so that, first of all, there's no cliff that we have now, but also that we can keep these targeted interventions going, provide students much more enrichment that's targeted to them, and to give educators the flexibility they need to be mentally sane, to stay in the profession. We can do those things at the same time by being a little more flexible with the day and the week.
Thank you. Give me a second. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'm going to go to the Next group of witnesses. I'm told Laura Fuchs has arrived. Laura Fuchs, Raymond Whedon, who's with Thurgood Marshall Academy. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, who's president of the Washington Teachers Union. Lionel White, who's pastor with Faith Tabernacle. Sharnetta Boone Ruffin, Marquis Cotton, Brittany Lee Bay, who's director of literacy at Latin Public Charter School. I'm going to mispronounce this. Brie Janae Williams, Keisha Clark, Tracy White, who's with Paul Public Charter Schools, Edward Hall, Kamani Brown, who listed himself as a student, Giselle Williams, who's also a student, Tiffany Brown, who's a parent, teacher, and community leader, Letitia Hudson, Dr. Marco, I'm not sure if this is a typo or not, Clark, I'm going to say, with Richard Wright Schools, Alice McNeil with Empower Ed, and Maya Baum, who's a DCPS teacher. We'll see who all is here. Ms. Fuchs, I think you are first, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And I'll just dive right in. All right. So what is the purpose of standardized testing? In this city, we have a stated intent and reality. Intent is arguably to help students. The reality is we're using it to punish teachers and schools and rip apart school communities. All of us have to take responsibility for the communities that have been ripped apart by testing, the most recently of which is Washington Metropolitan High School. It is all of our faults that the school was allowed to be closed and the students were ripped away from the teachers that had supported them diligently, and then were literally lost to us as a system where we don't know what happened to them and where some of them ended up. And this is because of standardized testing. The way that we are using standardized tests is to perpetuate a toxic environment where school communities are devalued, where relationships of teachers, students, and parents hold no value at all, where adults make decisions that impact children for their own benefit. We see OSSE and EdFest events that are championing these standardized test results. We see the STAR report card that champions standardized test results. We see press conferences. We see all-star tours. Where don't we see elected leaders? Where we don't see elected leaders is in our schools, talking with kids, talking with educators, learning what's going on for real, not just based on some random number on a piece of paper written by a company that has no interest in us beyond taking our money. Everyone else's drop park, why we're still using it is a joke. And the fact that we're still using it shows we don't really care about our students. We need to make real investments in our students. Schools that see lower test scores then see lower money. We claim with OSSE that we're giving some of the lowest performing schools extra money. That is a false promise. It is tiny amounts of money tied with an implied threat that if they don't use that tiny amount of money and magically change everything, namely everything being test scores, that they're going to be closed. I'm outraged at the way the city treats our students who are struggling. We say we're investing in them, but one, we don't. And two, it's always coming with a threat that if we don't fix standardized tests, our schools will be closed. DCPS, because it's so obsessed with raising test scores, adds even more standardized tests to our students in our classrooms. It expands to more and more classes, including those that don't take standardized tests, through RCTs, through ANET. All of these things cost us insane amounts of money, insane amounts of time, rob the joy of learning from us, rob the joy of teaching from us. The fact is that this system is completely broken. We need to completely upend how we treat standardized tests and the over-testing of our students. And we have to stop closing our schools using this misguided metric. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide that.
No problem.
Raymond Whedon.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Raymond Whedon. I'm the father of 2 public charter school students, a Ward 7 resident, and the Executive Director of Thurgood Marshall Academy. As adults, I think we get distracted by or maybe forget our why. I work with young people because I believe that when given the right resources, all students can learn and achieve at high levels. Today, I ask that the council considers the following to respond to the needs of students in our city, some of which we have been discussing today. I think first, we need to fully fund public schools at the level of the 2013 DC Education Advocacy Study. Second, we need to generate long-term funding solutions for the recovery intervention strategies like high-impact tutoring, professional development, and programs like DC School Connect to help curb our truancy efforts. Third, we need to invest in the livelihood of all educators by assuring that the funds used to increase the admin and educator workforce for DCPS also includes the funds to charter schools and educators across the district, as it did in 2017. On Friday, December 2nd, seniors from DCI, Washington Latin, E.L. Haynes, and TMA participated in an on-site instant decision day, a day when nearly 20 universities interviewed members of our senior class and accepted those students on the spot. TMA seniors earned over 100 acceptances on Friday and out of 30 students. This includes a student who on paper is a level 4 student for special education, who on paper has a dedicated aide and is in some self-contained classes. But in reality, as a Black boy, we know that we classify him sometimes as overage, at risk, or even just Black. This same student was accepted to 3 students, Delaware State, North Carolina Central, and Lincoln University. Earlier last week, unfortunately, though, I received a call from Mossy letting me know about a student who started to enroll in our school, but did not finish the enrollment process for TMA, was murdered over the Thanksgiving weekend. The child's death was a second death for the child's actual school, Digital Pioneers, in the last month. While these events seem vastly different, it is normal for educators and families across the city to have to deal with it on a daily basis. So I ask that we don't talk about the test scores in a vacuum. Test scores in a vacuum does not consider the housing market that's not situated for my families, or the violence in our community, or the loss that many experienced during COVID. Today, we heard a lot about the analysis of PARCC and NAEP, the district first assessment since spring of 2019 to give some insight maybe what is happening in the school. Last year, I was on a panel sharing why public schools and students and families already predicted that the results were not going to be what we wanted. I asked for patience and support to improve the student outcomes. I want to share that schools like TMA and schools across the district are doing what they can with what they have to respond to students' needs. My peers across the city in traditional charter and selected public schools are working hard to respond to the impact of learning. I want to remind all about the realities that we're dealing with in management. Over the last 4 years, as you remember, you asked us to be the chief communication officer, chief epidemiologist, and chief resilience officer. We understand the intersectionality of schools and one we filled a void that we're able to do. If that means food, Wi-Fi, or even space to learn during we're shut down, we're going to make sure that happens. But schools like Statesman Academy, which I serve as a board member, made sure that their team had mental health services for the adults in order for the children to be taken care of. Schools like TMA, Social Justice and Washington Leadership and Digital Pioneers were part of the city tutor portfolio that made sure that we had tutors in the school day to make sure students could start getting what they need for at least 90 minutes a week in terms of tutoring. And educators like Ms. Allen, Ms. Kuntz-Gaines, and Ms. Alvarado Sieg, who are in my building and were part of the workforce that helped DC become the fastest improving in the country, are still with us and still strengthening their skills with programs like School Leader Lab to figure out what this next chapter is going to be. And finally, school organizations like the DC Special Education Cooperative, which work directly with schools to put special education first as we are thinking about the planning for all of our students. If we want educators to keep doing what is committed to doing for needs across the city, we must increase our budgets for public schools and support beyond the federal funds, which is going to dry up soon. Increase the UPSFF to full recommendation levels, and make sure we bake into the budget ways for high impact tutoring to last long term. Thank you for your time and your commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. And I do not have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Will so.
Thank you. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you and the City Council today. Again, I'm Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union. As President of the WTU, I'm committed to fighting for social and educational justice for the students of the District of Columbia, as well as the well-being of district teachers. First, DCPS students continue to achieve at lower rates than their peers in other large cities in both 4th grade and 8th grade reading. While we can argue that the district students' declines in 2022 can be attributed to the pandemic, we shouldn't ignore this data point or gloss over it. Second, the governing board paints a sobering picture of the achievement gaps that plague our city. In fourth grade reading, the snapshots read, in 2022, Black students had an average score that was 69 points lower than that of white students. In 2022, Hispanic students had an average score that was 62 points lower than that of white students. In 2022, students who were eligible for the National School Lunch Program had an average score that was 56 points lower than that of students who were eligible. This data should be a call to action. It is time we embark on a new path forward. One of the district's main priorities in its state's ARP ESSA plan was to invest in high impact tutoring, or HIT, investing $14 million in the current budget to expand high dose tutoring across our city and in our schools. And while I am certain that administration officials will paint a rosy story about the success of these interventions in accelerating learning, I want to caution you to look deeper. High dosage tutoring has shown promising results nationally. However, programs must be implemented with fidelity to achieve the results that we all want. According to the Education Trust, a leading national organization that has looked at the effectiveness of COVID recovery initiatives, the most effective tutoring programs should utilize certified teachers, ensure small student-teacher ratios, and occur during the school day outside of a student's regular classes, including art, science, or other electives. Far too often, the programs in the district fail to meet these thresholds. Solutions to the district's literacy crisis, especially when we think that the district has over $36 million in ESSA funding and has committed to using these funds to target student populations that have experienced significant disruptions due to COVID-19. As the district utilizes its federal COVID relief dollars, our city has a tremendous opportunity to reimagine education, including literacy interventions. First, the city should invest in smaller class sizes, especially in communities where significant gaps currently exist. Second, they should invest in co-teaching models, allowing teachers more time to plan and work directly with students who are struggling. Third, ensure there is a full-time licensed librarian and media specialist in every school to support teachers and students. As of today, I'd like to thank the City Council for their intervention in the budget process. Every school currently has a full-time librarian. However, I again urge the City Council to move forward with the Student Right to Read Amendment Act. I'd like to thank the council for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Lionel White here? Sharnetta Boone-Ruffin? Marquis Cotton? Brittany Lee Bay?
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Lee Bay, and I am the Director of Literacy at Washington Latin Public Charter School, and I also work as a reading specialist at our school. So I'd like to open my testimony with a quote from Linda Christensen, which reads, "Reading and writing are emancipatory acts." And I say this to remind us that when we teach children to read, we can help to empower them. The PARCC results show us that literacy intervention is key for a good number of our students. 60% of our students need this. So I'm advocating that we increase and improve our literacy intervention instruction, particularly for middle and high school students that are reading below level. So the following points. First, I believe that all teachers should receive training in reading, particularly training that is based on the science of reading. More funding should be allocated for quality training based on the science of reading. This should include training in decoding, word reading, fluency, and reading comprehension. And I say all teachers, because all teachers are teachers of reading. Whether you're teaching English or you're teaching science, you are in fact providing literacy instruction. Part of the problem is that there's a lack of background and understanding about literacy. Most recently, there's been a big push towards instruction that is based on the science of reading. For decades, we've been teaching literacy incorrectly, and today our children suffer. So training is key. All teachers, as I said, should be trained in the science of reading because we all teach reading. Next, all middle school and high school should have reading interventionists where they have opportunity to provide small group targeted intervention. More funding should be allocated for hiring reading interventionists so that reading intervention classes contain no more than 7 students. So at my school, I developed a literacy intervention program. And in this program, I administer diagnostic assessments and provide targeted reading intervention based on test results. And then I personally designed the curriculum for roughly 3 to 4 intervention classes, and it reflects the needs of the students based on the assessment data. In addition, I provide professional development and coaching to help teachers implement in-class intervention. If more funds were allocated to hiring reading interventionists, schools could have multiple educators providing the type of instruction and support that I do, which will help our students truly learn to be critical and effective readers, particularly students with dyslexia and other language-based disabilities. And then my next point, middle and high schools should use diagnostic testing, such as reading inventories, to identify specific reading needs and provide targeted interventions. I know these types of assessments tend to take place in elementary school, but I really believe they should be in middle and high school. And the council should provide funding for schools to provide this level of intervention. As a reading specialist, I've been trained on how to see, and so I can see firsthand that not only what level our students are on, but how they're reading. And tests like the PARCC let us know, what level students read on, but they don't really tell us where we need to intervene. Is it decoding? Is it students are just fluent? Do they lack solid comprehension strategies? Are they struggling with informational text, and why? So as I said, the diagnostic testing can provide more targeted intervention, similar to what I previously mentioned. And then lastly, I believe that all schools should implement word study programs. A word study program is a cohesive approach that addresses word recognition, vocabulary, and phonics, as well as spelling. This helps students build word consciousness, which is a key aspect to becoming an effective reader. Word consciousness refers to becoming aware and interested in words and their meanings. Research indicates that word conscious readers and writers are motivated to learn new words and able to use them skillfully. And word study benefits both low-level and reluctant readers in building decoding and word recognition skills, as well as students reading on or above grade level and helping them identify word derivations, word etymologies, et cetera, to build their vocabulary skills. So overall, I believe that the PARCC results were really highlighting the needs that our students have, and I've outlined the different ways that I believe we can support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
I just recently emailed it, so you should see it soon.
Okay, great. Thank you. Brijanay Williams. Keisha Clark. Tracy White, I see her.
I am here.
Why don't you begin? And I have a copy of your statement, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and community of the whole. My name is Tracy White, and I've had the honor of serving as the CEO of Paul Public Charter Schools for the past 6 years. And also, I've had the privilege of serving the broader Washington, D.C. community for 27 years as an educator. And to connect with something, Chairman, that you said when you were talking earlier with Scott about schools that blew up their schedule and what that would look like. We blew up our schedule, and I am honored to have the opportunity to share a little bit about what that looked like as we all are striving to solve a very complex problem relative to student growth and outcomes and achievement. Also want to share some of the tremendously impactful work that my school community has done with our children over the last 2 years and this year, and also highlight a few challenges and request some support that I believe the council can assist with. So I want to open up by talking a little bit about our data, the PARCC data. Paul PCS was a recipient of the Bold Performance School Award for our middle school that's given annually by Empower K-12. No doubt the key driver behind the receipt of this award was our literacy scores. This year on PARCC, we saw a record number of our students achieve a 3, 4, or 5 on the literacy exam. Our high school was not a Bold Performance Award winner. However, it's noteworthy to state that the high school students' PARCC literacy scores were consistent with where they were pre-pandemic in last time we took PARCC in 18-19, which was also the year that our high school earned its Tier 1 designation from the DCPS, DC Public Charter School Board. And so this is good news about our students' literacy development. I want to share a little bit about 2 areas where we're investing a ton of time and attention to make sure that our students can continue on this upward trajectory. I'm going to go a little bit off script. You have my testimony, but where I really want to dig in is in the work that we did last year with EdOps, because in light of everyone talking about learning loss, it was just this big nebulous thing that, to be quite honest with you, we didn't know what to do with that, right? Like, we knew our students experienced it, but to what degree did they experience learning loss, and learning loss where? And so we commissioned a study that EdOps completed, and what we learned was stark and jarring. What we learned was that on average, our students needed 22 additional weeks of instruction. That was just to address learning loss. That had nothing to do with pre-pandemic achievement gaps, which had existed for quite some time. And so what we knew was that in order to start chipping away at this 22 weeks of learning loss, we could not stop or slow down the train that needed to continue to move forward to address current grade level standards. And so we needed programming that was diverse, multifaceted, and customized to meet the needs of our students. And we knew that we had to come out of the box to solve the problem that was out of the box. And so with the support of the DC Public Charter School Board, who allowed us to apply for a charter amendment, we created a program called Virtual Fridays. That's what it means to blow up our schedule. And basically, our students are on site in the brick and mortar building on Monday through Thursday. We also meet the 1080 mandate in terms of having 1,080 hours just by our school day, Monday through Thursday. On Friday, our students and our staff are virtual. This has done wonders for our staff that needed this type of flexibility in their schedule. And it's done wonders for our children, who every single week receive at least 2 hours of small group instruction, and then an additional hour and a half of asynchronous instruction using one of the 7 platforms that we've adopted that is customized to address the loss that they have accumulated during the pre-pandemic era. Happy to talk more about it because we're super excited about it. It's tough, it's difficult, but it's worthwhile. In terms of how you can help as a council member, with the understanding of the magnitude of the challenge before educators, we have got to make the way to become innovative and explore flexible options for our staff and students, less bureaucratic. This is a huge problem. And as Scott said, and Josh said, so many people have said, we're not going to address or fix this problem doing things the way that we've always done them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Edward Hall, Kamani Brown, Giselle Williams, Tiffany Brown, Letitia Hudson. I see Dr. Marco Clark.
Greetings, Chairman. Am I up?
You are up. Batter's
great.
up.
Okay. Greetings, Chairman Middleton and the entire esteemed DC Council. I'm Dr. Marco Clark, the founder and chief executive officer of the Richard Wright Schools located in Ward 6. I would like to thank all of you for making sure that this is at the forefront of the topic of the district's academic recovery. And as you can imagine, many organizations are under extreme duress, given the outside factors are coming back into school in person, COVID, housing, family challenges, death, and other humanity issues and families had to endure, as well as the staff and the teachers and the support that we have to ensure that education is taking place. To that end, I start the comment by reiterating that it's going to take time to recover. Continued financial commitment from the district is what we're asking. Students will have support and fair, equitable framework in which to measure academic growth of our students. It's important to recognize that in my organization, we serve approximately 80% of our students are deemed at risk, with over 25% of them are considered special needs students. Approximately 95% of our students reside in Ward 7 and 8. It's important to also note on there that over 92% of that population has been educated in their respective community from pre-K to 12. Despite the many challenges that we've been faced with, the Richard Wright Schools has been able to amass over 500 college acceptance letters with the class of 2022. We also garnered over $4.7 million in scholarships and a 100% college acceptance rate. We all experienced the American tragedy that did not encompass race, finances, or communities. However, everyone felt one constant thing, and that was the tremendous academic hit that was going on in every facet of education. Schools are now left with this arduous task of trying to provide an opportunity to find academic gaps, address reading and mathematics deficiencies, and provide remediation and undoing of some bad habits that happened during the time that they were under the pandemic. We've also been faced with the fact of providing mental health services for all of our district students, as well as the staff that come every day, hardworking teachers and administrators to serve our students. The great news is that we have the Park Assessment, which gave us a little bit of a background and a baseline of which to come. At Richard Wright, we've instituted an extension to the already extended day, and we've added a before school element that focuses on remediation and mathematics as well as reading. We've also incorporated a partner on Saturday to have a STEM program that will focus on exploration of information in all subject areas. We've instituted something else that it was necessary by having a Sunday after school afternoon virtual time for remediation of students who may be struggling for the upcoming week and need that actual support. The ESSA grant has been fundamental in providing an opportunity to pay our teachers the opportunity to serve our students on an extended weekend. We are hopeful that the council will continue to push this information out, push that funding that's necessary to secure that our students need this remediation and need the academic drift to go with it. I will also say, we've also used some ESSA funding to work with the students who need more challenging. We've been talking about students who are at risk, but what about the students who actually need to be challenged more, keeping their ideas and their mindset thrust into education? In closing, I thank you for your commitment to education and the students and families in the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Alice McNeil?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can
Okay.
see you.
Great. I'm Alice McNeil, reading specialist at Garfield Elementary School in Ward 8, and one of the co-chairs of the Empower Ed Democracy team and proud Ward 4 resident. Before I run over the 3 minutes for my testimony, I will begin with the most important takeaways. I wish the Committee of the Whole had guaranteed a time outside of our WTU contract hours for testimony after 3:30 p.m. That way teachers, school administrators, and students would be able to actively participate, as we are the people directly affected by these top-down policies. Moving on. We cannot talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion if we do not provide reading instruction in the most inclusive and equitable way possible. Literacy is a civil right. The consequences associated with not being able to read are life-altering. Children who are unable to read proficiently by the 4th grade tend to experience much lower educational outcomes. In the general population, about 15 to 20% of people are dyslexic. However, it is estimated that nearly 50% of those in prison are dyslexic, and roughly 80% of prisoners are functionally illiterate. We must break the illiteracy to prison pipeline. That's from Moody et al. 2000 in the Western New York Educational Alliance this year. The way we have been teaching reading in DCPS, along with most of the rest of the country, has not been working. Balanced literacy is ineffective. Instead, structured literacy, which is literacy instruction based on the vast body of scientific research, often called the science of reading, when implemented correctly, has the ability to reach 95 to 97% of children. That's from the International Dyslexia Association in Torgerson in 2002. Research has also found that older struggling readers can indeed develop strong reading capabilities under the right instructional conditions. That's from Lyon 2002. However, successful remediation of reading problems among older students requires extensive, intensive instruction. That's from Torgerson again. In addition to providing a comprehensive reading program, consistency and duration of instruction are critical factors for older students. And that's from Shaywitz in 2003. We need to pour money into literacy instruction. DCPS has the money. Now it needs to be appropriately allocated. The district has clearly stated that using evidence-based instruction is a priority. I'm a proud alumnus of the DC Reading Clinic, one of the best professional development opportunities available within the district. Being trained with the DCRC is the first step to supporting educators and students in the switch to structured literacy. Literacy instruction aligned to over 5 decades of brain science. The next step is continuing to support educators with adequate and appropriate resources and effective and ongoing professional development. Funding for the DC Reading Clinic must also be increased to reach more teachers and thus more students. Is it possible to have a DC Reading Clinic in every ward? I believe we can. Mary Clayman, the former director of the DC Reading Clinic and the current director, Dr. Helen Bayer, already created an incredibly effective model. It just needs to be replicated to reach more people. I also asked that the DCRC be expanded for alums to have follow-up classes available to address language comprehension that is supported by research and must be taught hand in hand with foundational decoding skills for effective fluent reading for all students. Okay, I see I'm over my time. I'm asking also for more tangible resources. We don't have enough text for struggling and foundational early readers. And also, we need these Band-Aid solutions, but we also need solutions that will actually address the root cause. The data are the children. DCPS has the money. We need more money, but now we need to spend the money that we have to support our students. Thank you for your time and your oversight for your students. I actually have to go because I have a student in 3 minutes. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. And I'm sorry you have to run off because I was going to ask you about resources.
Okay, I have 4 minutes and then I have to go pick up my last student of the day.
Okay, so for example, you mentioned that you only got a few books. Because the principal only ordered a few books, or?
So that's from central office. I actually got a lot of books from the WTU. Shout out to Regina Bell. I email her multiple times and she's gotten some really high quality books. Like these look like actual, we're talking about authentic text. Part of the issue is that students need to feel like they're reading real books, and having these bound books is what's going to allow the resources to last year over year. If we have these paper books that teachers for the most part are buying themselves, which I think is unacceptable, but purchasing, that's what's being purchased, it's not going to last a long time. You might have it for half of the year, maybe a full year.
Don't use up your 4 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You said recently the school received 40 titles, which clearly was not enough.
No.
Whose fault was that? Was that Central was stingy, or the order wasn't enough?
So DCPS has created some somewhat decodable. They say on the back they're like 86% decodable, and the threshold is usually 95%. So they created specific for DC students, but there's only 40 titles, and that was specifically for the first grade. So it's just not enough. So we're getting resources, but what I'm asking for is more. Like we need more resources. We need it now. Like we need more now instead of waiting for these to be created.
I hear you, and I misunderstood. So this is titles, not number of books itself.
No, but if you're thinking about like some of the people from the teachers union were talking already about like the class sizes. If you have a small group, you usually have around 6 students in elementary school. And I think that we were only given 5 titles. So if you have a group of 6, then 1 student doesn't have a title and the teacher doesn't have a title to guide the instruction. So what I'm asking for is like, we're already on the right track, but what I think is like, we just need more, like we need to speed it up, and we need to like just throw money at it, like just keep throwing money because we have it. We now need to spend it.
What about the training for the teachers? So you said you had gotten some training.
Yeah, I got fabulous training from the DC Reading Clinic.
Are they providing that to enough teachers?
So I think that there right now, from what I understand, that there's 2 clinics. I think there was supposed to be a 3rd, but that was before the pandemic. I think part of it is staffing, which is like an ongoing issue, and when I email them, they're very responsive, but there's only but so many to support like 5,000 teachers within DCPS. So again, like it's an excellent start. It's an amazing professional development opportunity, but we just need more of it. That's like my theme.
Yes, no, I get that.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to explore was how much they're providing or how short they are in what they're providing.
It's also like a very time intensive program. So if it could be boiled down to having like a shorter abbreviated training, I believe they would reach more teachers because it is incredibly time intensive.
Yeah, but if they boil it down, will that be good enough for the teachers?
No, not for the long term, but I think we need like a band-aid. We need like a band-aid, like we need an immediate fix. And like I think that's also a hook. Like if you start this and you really like it because it's amazing professional development, then you're gonna want more.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I
Okay, thank you so much.
I see that we got joined by Letitia Hudson.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you
Yes,
proceed?
sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton, members of the committee, and my name is Letitia Hudson, Ward 8 resident, mother of 4 children, 3 attending Capitol Hill Montessori at Logan, 1 attending Sojourner Truth Montessori Public Charter. Thank you for the opportunity to address this legislative body. I'm a graduate of DC Public Schools, having attended Ketchum Elementary, Hines Junior High, and Dunbar Senior High School. I come before you today to offer some suggestions on how we can improve the literacy rates within the District of Columbia Public Schools and public charter schools. I am not an opponent of assessment. However, I do the methods, frequency, and lack of cohesion is stifling students' ability to thrive, undermining the hard work of teachers and some administrators, and costing the city's millions, all while having a negative impact on the quality of students' relationship with school and their overall education. The NEAP and PARC assessments as the only mechanisms to measure overall success of students fail to fully grasp the deficiencies within the school system as a whole. I do believe having NEPAP and PARC assessments in conjunction with the following components will assist in improving literacy rates among students throughout DCPS and PCS. All DCPS and PCs will have literacy coaches and reading specialists assigned to their schools based on the number of students enrolled, not based solely on need. Example, for every 8 teachers, there's a literacy coach, and for every 40 students, there's a reading specialist. The coaches and specialists will be in-house daily and will be assigned only one particular school for that entire school year. All teachers and administrators will be required to have completed training on identifying students with dyslexia and other reading impingements by 2025-26 academic year. All teachers and administrators will have completed the science of reading by 2025-26 academic year. There will be a unified method of interpreting results without opt-out options. And finally, the OSCE office literacy task force will be required to have parents and community organizations on the task force. Currently, there are no parents or community organizations since its inception, December 1st. Parents and community organizations will serve as valuable partners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. If you have any questions, concerns, or comments, feel free to contact me or
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Give me just a moment. I was just checking. I don't think I have any questions for any of you. I appreciate your testimony and your time. So you all are excused, and I'm going to take I'm going to say a 10-minute break, and then I'm going to call the executive witnesses. We have 2 witnesses from the executive. So it's 2:38, and I'm just going to not recess, but mute and turn off the video, and I'll be back I'm going to try to be back at 2:45. Thank you.
distributing more material than needed.
Let me call in our government witnesses. Assuming they're still here, I appreciate the quick break. If Elizabeth Ross, who's the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning in the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who's the Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board, and Corinne Colgan, who is the Chief Office of Teaching and Learning in the DC Public Schools. I think we have to give it a minute for Ms. Colgan. Sorry to keep you all waiting. As I said at the very beginning of the hearing, I'm in survival mode this morning, having had to do what do I want to call hand-to-hand combat with 12 other elected officials. Actually, I'll throw in the mayor, 13 other elected officials yesterday for 14 hours. And we don't even hand out medals. It's kind of pathetic. Why don't we begin with Elizabeth Ross?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I am delighted to be here. My name is Elizabeth Ross. I'm the Interim Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, and I'm pleased to join you to discuss student learning in the District of Columbia. I particularly appreciate this opportunity to testify after what I understand was a marathon session last night, and I hope the chairman, members of the committee, and staff had a chance to get some coffee. I'm looking forward to talking about OSSE's statewide standardized assessment, as well as the National Assessment for Educational Progress, or NAEP. I also look forward to providing information about OSSE's work to ensure that every child in DC has access to high quality literacy instruction. Prior to the pandemic, the District of Columbia was the fastest improving urban school district in the nation. However, recent high quality assessment data demonstrate that the pandemic interrupted our decade of rapid progress in student learning. Our most recent statewide assessment data demonstrates significant declines in student proficiency in both English language arts, or ELA, and mathematics. From 2019 to 2022, the percentage of students meeting expectations on our statewide assessment dropped from 31 to 19 in math and 37 to 31 in ELA. During this same time period, the percentage of students scoring significantly below grade level increased from 45 to 60 in math and 40 to 48 in ELA. Performance on DC's statewide standardized assessment varied significantly across student groups. In the district, like in other jurisdictions across the country, students who have been historically furthest from opportunity saw the most significant decreases in proficiency rates. In DC, this included at-risk students, students with disabilities, Black and African American students, and Hispanic and Latino students. NAEP, often called the nation's report card, assesses 4th and 8th grade math and reading performance. DC's 2002 NAEP results also demonstrated that student achievement declined, with the largest decrease in student achievement in 4th grade math. Comparing 2019 to 2022, our NAEP results generally show similar patterns as our statewide assessment. However, NAEP 8th grade reading scores remained flat, while 8th grade ELA scores declined on our statewide assessment. DC is not unique in experiencing declines in student achievement as a result of the pandemic. Indeed, data demonstrate that all comparable districts lost ground over the past 2 years. Nevertheless, the decline in student achievement rates in DC was larger than in most states. Perhaps most concerningly, our students furthest from opportunity manifested particularly acute decreases. OSSE recognizes the severity of the decrease in student achievement during the pandemic and the urgency of the moment. We have moved quickly to address the declines highlighted by these data. Nearly $1 billion in federal stimulus funding has been directed to support the recovery and restoration of our public education and childcare sectors in the district. Our approach focuses on evidence-based interventions to help students gain ground. Research demonstrates that high-impact tutoring is among the most effective evidence-based interventions available to accelerate student learning. OSSI is investing nearly $40 million over 3 years in high-impact tutoring to provide over 10,000 students at least 90 minutes of intensive individual or small group tutoring every week, with a prioritization on providing tutoring to schools serving high concentrations of at-risk students. Additionally, to help support accelerated learning in math, OSSI is providing access and technical support to 57 schools for Zearn, a leading mathematics platform. Through this investment, OSSI aims to improve teacher math instructional practices across the city. Additionally, OSSI recently hired a new math specialist who is working to provide robust professional development opportunities to DC's math educators. At the start of this school year, OSSI offered a range of professional learning opportunities to DC educators on both broad and discrete mathematical topics, such as making math tasks accessible for all learners and number sense and operations in Base 10. OSSI also recently launched a $1.5 million grant competition to provide DC public and public charter schools with funding to purchase high-quality math, science, and literacy instructional materials and accompanying professional development to implement the new curricula with fidelity. Research consistently demonstrates that high-quality instructional materials matter and can be a powerful mechanism to accelerate student learning. Turning to literacy-specific supports, OSSI is increasing and sustaining student access to high-quality literacy instruction and materials to facilitate a strong recovery from the pandemic and accelerate student learning. The knowledge and skills that enable educators to successfully teach students how to read is foundational. To ensure that all future teachers with primary responsibility for literacy instruction educated in DC are trained in the science of reading, OSSI has leveraged its role as the approver for DC educator preparation providers and subject area programs to enact specific requirements related to training in the science of reading. Under OSSI's new regulations, EPPs must demonstrate that candidates complete coursework and demonstrate competency in the science of reading. Training teachers in the science of reading and evidence-based reading instructional practices can help improve student literacy skills. Therefore, OSSI is paying for 150 DC educators to complete training in scientifically based reading instruction via Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, or LETTERS training, and OSSI is providing literacy training to an additional 162 teachers in the science of reading. District LEAs are also investing in this work, and OSSI is providing technical assistance to support school-wide implementation of programming grounded in the science of reading. Additionally, to support DC educators in promptly identifying reading difficulties, including dyslexia, OSSI produced guidance on how to screen for reading difficulties and published an approved list of universal screeners for grades K2. OSSI also released dyslexia awareness coursework and is preparing to provide related coursework through OSSI's new learning management system. The coursework will be available to all DC public and public charter school educators in 2023, and OSSI will be able to track which educators complete this important training. OSSI is engaged in continual improvement efforts to ensure that all students have sustained access to high-quality instruction. Chief among those efforts is the Literacy Task Force, which OSSI convened for its inaugural meeting on November 29, 2022. The Literacy Task Force is a strong group of knowledgeable literacy experts, practitioners, and policymakers that includes members from the District of Columbia Public Schools, the DC Public Charter School Board, the State Board of Education, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, a designee appointed by the Chairman of the Council, and OSSI. In the coming months, this task force will develop and deliver a report that identifies implementable steps and recommendations regarding structured literacy training, instruction, and curricula in the District of Columbia. I look forward to continuing to work with this task force to develop and finalize action steps and recommendations between now and September 30th, 2023. While the data that I have shared today are sobering, I conclude my remarks on a note of optimism. The district's decade of academic improvement prior to the pandemic demonstrates that within our city, we have the capacity, knowledge, and will to significantly increase student learning. The recovery work that is currently being led by our DC LEAs and educators, with the support of local and federal government agencies, as well as families and community partners, is designed to catalyze increased learning for DC students, particularly those students who are most in need of support. Our collective capacity to drive systemic improvements gives me confidence that we will succeed in our shared work to accelerate student learning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important topic today. I look forward to your questions.
Do you go by Dr. Ross or Miss Ross?
I go by Miss Ross. I have a law degree, but not a PhD or an EDD.
Well, there was a D after the J, so. All right, thank you, Ms. Ross. Michelle Walker Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing on literacy, NAEP, and PARCC assessments. I am Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, the Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. Like other communities across the country, it is clear that the impacts of the pandemic have resulted in learning loss for DC Public Charter School students. The recent PARCC assessment scores are concerning, but we did expect to see decreases in proficiency after distance learning and the other challenges of the pandemic. However, we are confident that the district will rebound and come back stronger than before. With the city's support of strategic interventions, comprehensive social and emotional supports, innovative policies, and excellent educators, DC can improve education outcomes. Learning acceleration is top of mind for all educators. I want to thank the mayor, OSSE, and DME for all the investments made to support students in these difficult times. Thousands of public charter school students have participated in either high-impact tutoring, summer acceleration programs, summer youth employment, or other enrichment opportunities the city funds. The pandemic has also brought a renewed focus on ensuring every child obtains effective literacy skills, especially at the elementary level. Public charter schools are hiring additional literacy staff and implementing the science of reading in their instruction. Through these investments, public charter schools are building a strong foundation for their students that will prepare them to succeed across grade levels. DCPCSB also appreciates the council's focus on the science of reading and letters in the FY23 budget, and we hope that public charter school teachers will have access to the training opportunities in the future. The pandemic forced our city to reevaluate how we do things. Over the past few years, it has highlighted long-standing inequities, especially in our education system. At DCPCSB, we have rejected the status quo and are pushing toward more innovative and bold acts to enhance our students' education attainment. It is hard work to break down the barriers which have existed for generations, but we believe it is time to fully commit ourselves to that. Currently, we are seeking input from school leaders and staff, data experts, data modeling experts, and other analysts to develop a revised accountability framework that will measure school performance based on student outcomes and is a more rigorous and equitable benchmark. While the draft framework is still being refined, I can tell you that our vision is that the performance of student groups will be a central part of our evaluation of achievement and progress. All students deserve an excellent education, especially those furthest from opportunity. It is our goal for the revised accountability framework to set a high bar for public charter schools and the city writ large. Academic performance has always been key to our authorizing and expansion decisions. Currently, we require LEAs seeking an enrollment ceiling increase to have Tier 1 status because we only want to expand schools with a proven academic track record. The criteria to open a school or increase enrollment has been and will continue to be deeply rooted in our accountability framework, and we will update that criteria to reflect our revised framework once it is implemented. Lastly, DCPCSB and LEAs recognize that recovering learning and improving literacy require more than academic supports. Students cannot perform their best in school or even be ready to learn if other basic needs are not met. Students need to feel safe, supported, and cared for by their community, and that is reflected in what policies are in place in and around our schools. Many public charter schools are integrating social emotional learning practices and lessons in classrooms, prioritizing mental health by hiring social workers, and collaborating with safe passage programs. These interventions are necessary for improving learning and recovering from the pandemic. Given that, we appreciate Council's focus on these areas and hope it continues. I am proud of the work PCSB has done and will continue to do in one of the most consequential times in education history. We cannot ignore the challenges ahead to improve the education system for our great city's young people. However, I and everyone at DCPCSB are hopeful that we will not just get back to pre-pandemic education outcomes, but that we will exceed them. This work will not be done passively. We are optimistic because of our organization's commitment to raising the bar for ourselves and the schools we authorize. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. And Ms. Colgan from DCPS.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and staff. I am Corinne Colgan, Chief of the Office of Teaching and Learning at DC Public Schools, and I am honored to testify before you on the topic of student literacy, PARCC, and NAEP performance. The Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, or PARCC. PARCC is the district's annual assessment of mathematics and English language arts, or ELA, based on the Common Core state standards. These assessments measure the knowledge and skills that matter most for students, understanding complex texts, evidence-based writing, mathematical problem solving, all skills that lead to confidence and success in key academic areas. Students in grades 3 through 8 and high school take these state assessments in ELA and mathematics each spring. These assessment results are one of several measures that together create a broader picture of a child's progress. The data we are discussing today is from spring 2021 and is compared to our most recent PARCC assessment taken in spring 2019. DCPS saw declines in both ELA and math, about 5% and 10 percentage points respectively, after the COVID-19 pandemic. 35.4% of tested students scored proficient, a level 4 or 5, in ELA, and 22.3% scored proficient in math. Nearly all subgroups declined in both ELA and math compared to pre-pandemic performance in 2019. Among the major racial ethnic subgroups, Hispanic Latino students saw the greatest declines in both ELA and math. ELA and math, 7.5 and 15.5 percentage points respectively. The Black-white opportunity gap has remained flat since 2019 for both ELA and math. The COVID-19 pandemic initiated a generational shift in learning and how schools need to be best equipped to support students' academic, social, and emotional well-being. Our schools and staff did a tremendous job in the 2021-2022 school year in helping our students come back to school, and we've seen strong progress from our students as a result. That is not to say there were not challenges, and this data comes as no surprise. The results affirm our commitment this school year to go deeper in creating joyful and rigorous learning experiences to accelerate the success of our students. We continue to prioritize the needs of our students holistically, their academic along with their emotional and social development. Academic acceleration and building resiliency in both students and educators are multi-year efforts, and we are stepping into the second year of our strategic recovery efforts at DCPS. Our district-wide multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, helps us use data, both quantitative and qualitative, to ensure all students have access to a supportive learning environment, rigorous and engaging instruction, and additional accelerators as needed to support their overall wellness. DCPS has been on an upward trajectory since PARCC was first administered in 2015, and our investments to strengthen systems and support our skillful and dedicated teachers will continue to help our students learn in learning and growing. I am confident that we will see accelerated growth in the future. The National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP. Also known as the nation's report card, NAEP provides important information about student achievement and learning experiences. DCPS is very proud of our performance in reading, which maintained our 2019 gains, while the national average and almost every other urban district saw declines. In math, we did see statistically significant decreases in both 4th and 8th grade consistent with national trends. In reading, DCPS saw our highest percent of students in grade 4 reading scoring proficient or advanced. Grade 8 reading scores among Black students have increased since 2019 and are at an all-time high. And reading scores among special education students in both grade 4 and 8 have increased from 2019 and are at an all-time high. These results are heartening and show that DCPS's approach is working even in the global crisis caused by COVID. In particular, NAEP data reveals promising trends around the impact of DCPS's focus on literacy and recent acceleration efforts that include tiered supports such as acceleration academies and high impact tutoring. Yet we acknowledge and are urgently addressing the large opportunity gaps that persist among Black, Hispanic, and white students. Math performance on NAEP showed declines, reinforcing what we know about how difficult it was for our students to learn math virtually. This year, we are continuing our acceleration efforts, helping teachers address student skill gaps in the classroom through small group instruction and the use of blended learning tools. Also, our grade 6 to Algebra 2 students are using a new highly rated curriculum called Illustrative Mathematics. This curriculum was piloted at schools in school year 21-22, and we believe will result in greater engagement and learning. The NAEP Trial Urban District Assessment, or TUDA, results show how school districts are performing over time and compared with other participating districts. TUDA data demonstrates that DCPS is maintaining its trajectory as a rapidly improving urban school district despite the COVID-19 pandemic and the shift to distance learning across 2 school years. In comparison to other urban school districts, significant gains in grade 4 and grade 8 reading places DCPS in the top tier among peers in growth. Sustaining achievement in any grade or subject in the face of a global crisis is no easy feat and is a testament to the district's academic strategies and interventions, academic continuity planning during the crisis, and our proactive recovery efforts when schools reopened. DCPS acceleration activities. In response to both assessments, we are continuing our targeted intervention and acceleration efforts. We know that real-time data analysis and responses are critical to providing rigorous, engaging instruction for students. This year, all schools are receiving training on how to leverage weekly data meetings to ensure teachers and instructional coaches can, 1, effectively analyze student work against grade level standards to identify areas of strength and areas in need of support, and 2, plan responsive whole and small group instruction that supports students to meet the grade level standards. This weekly analysis supports our district-wide MTSS work by helping teachers better understand the impact of their instruction on a day-to-day basis without having to wait for formative assessment data. This year, we are also continuing to refine our intervention strategies to ensure that students have access to tiered supports aligned to their strengths and needs in academic, social, emotional development, and/or attendance. So far this year, over 9,300, over 17% of students, have received individualized or small group interventions through our MTSS process. Additionally, through support from OSSE, we have dedicated high impact tutoring, or HIT, managers at 10 schools. These staff members work directly with school staff, partner organizations, students, and families to support implementation of HIT, an evidence-based intervention and learning acceleration strategy. When students first returned to school buildings in fall 2021, we knew that it was more important than ever to welcome them back into a supportive learning environment. We invested significantly in training and resources to support our teachers and staff in this work, grounded in the science of learning and development. Overall, the number of students feeling loved, challenged, and prepared at school was the highest ever in spring 2022 across our schools. We know that providing a supportive learning environment and fostering strong relationships are critical to students' success at school. We are excited to further build on and strengthen this supportive learning environment this year. An update on our literacy efforts. Since the last public hearing on literacy, we have continued to implement our focus on the science of reading with fidelity across all elementary schools. A key component of our early literacy plan is to ensure we develop educators' expertise. This summer, we successfully hosted our first DCPS Early Literacy Leadership Institute for instructional superintendents, school leaders, and instructional coaches. The Institute provided learning on the research base for the science of reading and its application to teaching and learning. This school year, we have expanded the Institute by offering core Institute sessions as self-paced virtual webinars for educators and leaders to access. We are currently developing the scope and sequence for our second DCPS Literacy Institute next summer. Additionally, each elementary cluster has been assigned a literacy expert partner to conduct ongoing professional development and coaching support during school year 22-23. These partners include American University, the DC Reading Clinic in Schools Coaches, and Literacy Architects. These partnerships are focused on developing leadership knowledge of the science of reading, data analysis, and needs-based small group instruction. The DCPS Office of Teaching and Learning also continues to provide school support to each cluster of schools through our elementary ELA and social studies managers via the cluster support model. Finally, we have encouraged teachers and leaders to further their expertise through intensive study of the science of reading, either through the DC Reading Clinic course or letters. Currently this year, we have an additional 77 DCPS leaders, coaches, and teachers participating in our DCPS letters cohort. This will bring our total trained leaders to 166. By the end of the calendar year, we will have 60 more teachers complete the Reading Clinic course, and by the end of the school year in 2023, we will have trained a total of 373 teachers, coaches, and instructional leaders in one of the 2 DC Reading Clinic programs. We also continue to ensure that our teachers and students have access to resources aligned to the science of reading and best practice. This year, teachers and students will have increased access to content-rich, culturally relevant, decodable books through our exciting DCPS Readers Next Door decodable text series. The books that comprise the DCPS Readers Next Door series are decodables, texts that help students practice certain sound letter patterns taught as part of phonics. These texts support foundational literacy, skill building, and allow students to practice newly learned skills. We are participating in OSSE's Literacy Task Force and are actively implementing council members' legislation to expand literacy training to our dedicated educators. In closing, I want to reiterate how proud we are of the progress DCPS has made because of intentional district-wide strategies and interventions, our talented educators, staff, and administrators, and the engagement of our students and families, and our commitment and urgency around continuing our progress and closing opportunity gaps in our district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer your questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Colgan. Ms. Colgan, I think I'll begin with some questions to you. You mentioned that this past summer, DCPS hosted an Early Literacy Leadership Institute. How many participants?
We had representation from every elementary school that included the principal and up to 2 additional participants from the school. So I'd have to do a little quick math to try to get at the number, but it was represented by, between, I would say, 2 and 4 participants from each elementary school. In addition to that, we trained or included some of our central office leaders who support schools, whether they're supporting schools in elementary ELA or special education, language acquisition. So the number is in the neighborhood of 178, I believe. Seems a bit low. So we'll have to get back to you with the exact number, Chairman.
Okay. And for the, you now have this Reading Clinic course, if I've got that right. And by the end of this year, will be 373 teachers.
Yes, that will have been trained in the Reading Clinic over time.
And what's the total universe?
The total universe of K2 teachers or all teachers. So the reading clinic is open to all teachers, but we have prioritized K2 teachers as well as leaders.
Okay, so then that's a couple of universes.
Yes. So if you can just give us a moment to crunch some numbers, and maybe I can come back to you in terms of the number of K through 2 teachers we have, as well as leaders in that space. And that would be LEAP leaders.
Oh, but then it's also, you said open to all teachers?
I mean, other teachers have applied to attend the clinic. So sometimes we have teachers, particularly reading teachers or interventionists who are working with older students who have participated in the clinic, or typically they audit the clinic course. We try to prioritize our seats for the teachers who are directly teaching kindergarten through 2nd grade teachers.
So then what's your capacity? Is it around 60 a semester? I don't even know what do you call it, semester is for this.
Yes, so we basically run 3 semesters per year, and we take in 18 new participants per semester. So they do, the fall, the spring, and then the summer. But additionally, we train teachers through the in-schools program. And for that, our capacity is about 45 teachers per year. And that would also include their coaches. So the teachers get the direct professional development and coaching in schools, but their coaches, their school-based coaches, are included, and so that they understand what the teachers are being coached on. So this year, we are serving about 100 people through the reading clinic in those 2 programs. So one is the teachers who attend the clinic and take the full college level course, get graduate credit, earn a stipend. The second is the schools that are participating in our DC Reading Clinic in Schools program. And that is where DC Reading Clinic coaches are going out to schools and working directly with teachers on a weekly basis, providing observation, feedback, and professional development for how teachers are doing their reading instruction on a day-to-day basis. So by year's end, we will train about 100 teachers this year through the reading clinic, through one of those 2 models.
You just confused me. This year you will train about 100 to the in-school, or 100 to both the in-school and the
clinic? Yes, both, the total.
And that gets me back to my universe.
Yes, so we will follow up with you. I don't have at my fingertips the universe of all the K2 teachers. I don't have that number right in front of me. I'm sorry.
So you've got 2 programs. One is the clinic.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same as, I'm looking at your statement, reading to intensive study of the science of reading, either through the DC Reading Clinic course or letters. Is letters the in-school?
No, so letters is in addition to the in-school and in addition to the clinic. So letters is an external partner organization that provides intensive science of reading training. This is a program that also Ms. Ross mentioned, that OSSI is funding some teachers to be trained in letters. We are also doing the same. So we have about 100 DCPS leaders, coaches, and teachers who are participating in the letters cohort training funded by DCPS this year. And we had about 90 participate last year.
So that's 3 different programs.
Correct.
Is that okay, so my questioning, I thought it was 1, then it became 2, and now it's 3. Any more?
Well, there are other professional development opportunities for teachers aligned to the science of reading. Those are the three largest sort of programmatic professional development programs that we have. But I did mention also in my testimony, we have partnerships with American University. They are working with 2 of our clusters where they are providing intensive professional development to leaders and also coaching a smaller group of teachers within that cluster. And then lastly, we have a partnership with an organization called Literacy Architects, and they are partnered with one of our clusters, and again, providing the professional development for the leaders in that cluster. So there's all of those professional development opportunities happening. There is also just our typical DCPS professional development that we provide every year, for which in K2, we are focusing on science of reading this year. So teachers learned about science of reading, addressing reading difficulty in pre-service training, on the district professional development days. They also receive coaching from their in-school coaches known as LEAP leaders. The focus of the LEAP leaders in K2 has been on supporting the application of science of reading aligned instruction in the classroom. And then in addition to that, there are a lot of webinars or asynchronous learning opportunities that we provide. So we are trying to provide multiple opportunities for teachers to learn more and build their expertise around the science of reading.
And how much of this is new?
Some of the cluster partnerships are new this year. So the Literacy Architects is an addition this year. We worked with American University last year with only one cluster, but we added an additional cluster this year. So that expanded. Our reading clinic work, the In Schools program, also expanded this year. We were able to add an additional coach to the program. So I would say that the professional development itself and the focus is none of it is brand new, but we have been able to expand our reach and scope every year for the past couple of years. The past few years, I should say.
So even though the dyslexia law from 2020 requires professional development that hasn't been required in the past, you're working off of existing programs? You don't have new programs?
Well, the legislation requires intensive structured literacy instruction of at least 45 hours. And we feel that there are 2 particular programs that best fit our needs in that category. One would be the LETRS program, which we started last year, but added, and to be fair, some of our educators had gotten LETRS training in the years past. It's a training that has existed for a long time, but in terms of our offering it to educators and making that available to educators and paying a stipend, I guess the paying of the stipend to take the course, which is dictated by the legislation, that piece is new this year. But we had about 90 people participate last year, an additional roughly 90 participating this year. The second course that we feel meets the standard of the legislation is the DC Reading Clinic in-clinic course. And I already spoke to, the numbers of teachers taking that. So that also was not brand new, but it's just another way that educators have the opportunity to get these 45 hours of structured literacy.
You just confused me. The DC Reading Clinic is different than the in-school program.
The DC Reading Clinic, which I know you heard some of the witnesses testify about, is a wonderful reading clinic and program that we created here in DCPS. It has 2 components. One is the actual physical clinic. There are 2 clinic sites, and that is a place where teachers can go and take a graduate level course in reading. They earn graduate credit. They also earn a stipend. And at the same time, under the guidance of a mentor, an expert reading specialist, they provide one-on-one intensive tutoring support to a struggling reader. So the clinic serves two purposes in the actual clinic sites. Both provide intervention to students and high quality intensive training to teachers at the same time. So that was the original model of the clinic. It was so successful. Teachers loved it so much. And the learning that they gained there was so valuable that we wanted to expand its scope and scale. And so we started out of the DC Reading Clinic what we call the In Schools program. And that is basically hiring coaches from the clinic to basically, so to speak, take the show on the road. So they go out into schools, and they each coach can partner with about 5 schools. And they provide weekly training to teachers in the school on the science of reading and how it shows up and should show up in their classroom instruction. And they meet weekly with those teachers. And so that is the In Schools program. It is also a part of the DC Reading Clinic. It was a new program that we started seeing the success of the original clinic model.
And the In Schools is a shorter program. It's not a graduate level course.
Correct, correct.
Are you still getting universe information?
Yes. I think we're going to need to provide you the numbers after the training to ensure accuracy in terms of the universe of teachers K2.
Okay. I have some more questions, but I see we've been joined by Councilmember Robert White. So let me turn to him for some questions and then I'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the public witnesses and to the government witnesses. And Chairman, I appreciate you holding this very important hearing, particularly after a marathon legislative meeting that went to close to midnight. So I would say as a DCPS parent, I'm seeing aggressive work. My oldest is in 1st grade. And that's not the 1st grade I remember. So, kindergarten, these class dojo pictures, they were having fun. 1st grade, they're working. And so the people are putting in the work, and I want to thank you all, your teams and the educators in the classrooms and supporting them. It's July 20th public meeting, the State Board of Education passed OSSE's proposed update to the district's accountability plan for schools, the DC ESSA plan. Pages 12 and 13 of the plan delineate expected long-term goals for students of varying demographics, including economically disadvantaged children, children with disabilities, English language learners, and students of various races. And OSSE expects 85% of all students to reach proficiency on statewide assessments by 2041. The accountability plan says that in 2014-2015, that school year, which is the year used to provide the baseline data for the plan, children with disabilities were at 4.2% proficiency in reading and language arts and 3.4% proficiency in math. Not surprisingly, this was by far the lowest proficiency rating, and therefore will require the largest increase to reach 85% proficiency by the 2040-2041 school year. So let me ask this, what percentage of DCPS students have a documented disability?
I apologize. I want to get you the exact figure, but it's in the neighborhood of the early teens.
Okay. And how about for charters? What percentage of charter school students have a documented disability?
Good afternoon, Council Member White. We are roughly at 18%, but I want to make sure I got that correct across the charter sector.
I appreciate it. And you both can confirm with the committee of the whole. Thank you. And so has OSSE created a specific plan to accomplish what would be a 3.4% a year increase to reach this 85% for this cohort of students?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, please.
Good. Yeah, that's it. Like there's a place, so it would have to average 3.4% a year. Is there a plan in place at this point?
Thank you so much for the question, Council Member. It's exactly the right one to be asking. I share your concern about the performance of our students with disabilities as evidenced on our most recent academic assessments. And I share the urgency needed to move the needle for this vulnerable population of students. OSSE is making deep investments to accelerate learning, not only for students with disabilities, but indeed for all of our students who are furthest from opportunity, which includes our students with disabilities, specifically to meet the needs of our exceptional learners. We're working to build the capacity of parents, families, and community members. We've launched the DC Special Education Hub through a partnership with the Office of the Ombudsman, which supports families and students in navigating the special education landscape in DC, which is critically important to making sure that our students with special needs get access to the services and supports that they need in order to accelerate learning. We are also working to strengthen staff and leader capacity. Our special education landscape report, which we released just prior to the pandemic, evidenced that there was a significant opportunity for OSSE as the state educational agency to lean in a really big way and make sure that all of our educators, including our general educators, and especially our school leaders, are working to create inclusive learning environments and meet the needs of our exceptional learners. As you may know, the significant majority of our exceptional learners spend the significant majority of their time in general educational classrooms. And so we are launching a Foundations of Special Education coursework, which is available to all DC educators, and we are specifically incentivizing our general educators to take that coursework and earn the associated special education endorsement so that they will have not only the knowledge and skills that they need, but also the demonstrated credential that they have the knowledge and skills that they need to meet those needs of those learners. We're also participating with partners from DCPS and with representatives from charter schools in the city in CCSSO, which is our Council of Chief State School Officers membership organization, in a state-led initiative called Advancing Inclusive Principal Leadership that is designed to support school leaders in implementing inclusive learning environments in all of our DC schools. Additionally, we are providing resources and training to assist schools in adapting to revised local special education regulations, Chapter 30, which we finalized earlier this year. And we're launching a new results-based accountability system for special education. So, and all of those supports are specifically for our students with disabilities, the educators and families that are working to meet their needs, and sit on top of the supports that we are providing to accelerate learning for all of our students who have an opportunity to recover from the pandemic.
I appreciate that. That's I'm hearing that you have put and are putting the structures in place, the supports in place. This is 3.4% increase on average is ambitious. We want to be ambitious. This is particularly difficult work in what is already particularly difficult work. The question I would ask is how will you check your work? And so if 3 years from now, it looks like we're nowhere near that 3.4% average increase, do you have the ability to assess the tools and structures that you're using to say, these are working, these aren't, let's get rid of the ones that aren't working, and let's replace those?
What a great question. Our first and best tool to hold ourselves accountable about whether we are meeting the needs of our exceptional learners is going to be continuing to operationalize our statewide standardized assessment, which, as we were pleased to hear from some commentators today, and pleased to see researchers confirm what we know at OSSE, which is that our statewide standardized assessment is a very strong measure of the rate at which students are learning compared to the NAEP exam, which is not the case for every other jurisdiction across the country. So we're pleased and proud of that, and we'll continue to leverage that statewide opportunity in order to assess student learning, which will give us a really good sense in 3 years of whether we are where we want to be or whether we need to take additional steps in order to catch up. We are using some of our recovery funds to evaluate the effectiveness of certain specific recovery investments, including in specifically, we set aside about $500,000 and are working with a research partner at the Annenberg Institute at Brown University to evaluate the effectiveness of our high impact tutoring program. And we're keenly interested in better understanding not only the way that tutoring, not only the way that high impact tutoring is accelerating student learning, but also the way that is impacting different student populations. And so we'll be excited to learn more as that research and evaluation continues. As ever in education, we are always looking to learn from what we are doing and figure out how to make it better. And so, if in 3 years we are not making the expected rates of progress, I do think it's appropriate to name that we will certainly revisit this strategy.
I appreciate it. Let me shoehorn one other question in this round, because I'm going to try to keep this to just 2 rounds. And it's along the lines of the timeline. The accountability plan states that OSSE tried to draft goals that would be not unrealistic or unattainable. They are ambitious. I think that is the right thing. We also recognize that 2041 is almost 20 years away. For context, the 2014-2015 school year, which is again the year used to provide the baseline data for the plan, only 17% of Black students were proficient in reading and language arts, compared to 79.2% of white students. Can you just tell us briefly how OSSE chose 2041 as its goal for 85% proficiency across subgroups?
Thank you so much. Don't have that information in front of me, but I'm happy to connect with my team at OSSE and circle back with that.
All right, I appreciate that. I'll get that through the committee of the whole.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I should be able to do one other round if that's all right.
Can you throw in one more question? I have to sign some stuff here.
I would love to. So on impact and proficiency and growth, for context, very briefly, some people know from 3rd grade until 11th grade, I was a failing student, and wasn't because I came to learn later, wasn't because of my ability, it was about other things. And so I'm, often sort of struggling with measuring proficiency versus growth. And sort of what other supports we need. So while test scores are one indication of, proficiency, I am concerned about an emphasis on proficiency at the expense of holistic growth, meaning academic, social, emotional growth, which is desperately needed, particularly in the wake of the pandemic, for students to grow and to be more proficient. And so we know proficiency alone can't measure the success or improvements made by students. So how will OSSE's projected yearly percentage increases for student proficiency affect staff impact evaluations? So, as you're measuring growth each year, understanding that proficiency is sort of one element, but there are other things that go into helping students, learn and grow more holistically. How do we balance that with impact, which to me is more of a blunt tool?
Okay, I can address the impact question, although I am not an expert on the mathematics behind the calculations of impact. I can say at a general level that our impact tool does actually really consider growth more than proficiency in that teachers who are moving more students, students who started at a similar place from a, a comparison point of view, teachers with similar students, those who move more students further along get the highest rating on impact for that component. And that's only one component of impact. So there are other components, including observation, contribution to school community, et cetera. So it's not just a one-to-one relationship between how your students scored on the PARCC assessment this year. It's a much more complex and nuanced assessment. And with all that being said, I think you may be aware that the DCPS team has done a comprehensive review of impact and is still considering all of the recommendations that were made and making tweaks to the impact model to be more responsive to our educators.
And is there a timeline for the tweaks?
So some changes have already rolled out, and I believe there are additional ones being considered in upcoming years. And, again, we can follow up with specific information on that from the impact team, if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. I appreciate it. Chairman, should I relinquish now?
Yeah, don't get too greedy. But that does remind me, Ms. Colgan, at the hearing a couple weeks ago on turnover, I asked the chancellor about impact, and he said that some changes have been made. My sense is that the witnesses, which means some of the teachers, were completely unaware. Could you follow up by providing us or having DCPS provide us with, so what has changed about impact since the AU report? And what changes are in the pipeline now?
Yes, we can definitely follow up with that. There are also changes that have already been made that are outlined on our website. I know, and a significant one is in the number of observations that teachers receive, but we can follow up with the details for you on that.
Okay,
sure.
Well, my question was passed in the pipeline, which means
Yes.
present.
Got it.
I have a few more questions for you, but I'm going to go to Ms. Ross for a minute or three. In your testimony, you said OSSE is investigating nearly $40 million over 3 years to provide over 10,000 students at least 90 minutes of intensive individual or small group tutoring. OSSE isn't actually doing this for the students. You're giving that money to the LEA, so you don't really know if it's 10,000. You think it is.
Thank you so much for the question, Chairman. I really appreciate it because it gives me an opportunity to describe how this process works at OSSE, how the grant-making process works. So OSSE, as the recipient of these funds, runs a competitive grant competition, and organizations apply to OSSE in order to win those funds to provide students with, in this case, high impact tutoring services. OSSE has a suite of external reviewers that provide OSSE with advice and recommendations about the quality of the grant applications and then makes awards. And so in the case of high impact tutoring, we have awarded the funds to community-based organizations that are then partnering directly with local educational agencies in order to serve students enrolled in those LEAs. And as part of their grant applications, our the grantees or our grant applicants, I should say, describe the programming that they will implement as well as the number of students that will be served as a result of those programming, as a result of that programming.
So these are community-based organizations that then will partner with LEAs. So like I remember from the past, Reading Partners is an organization that does work on helping schools. And so this would be a grant, for example, maybe to Reading Partners. I'm not asking you to confirm that, but that then Reading Partners in turn, well, as part of the grant said that it would be 172 students, and you add this all up, you get to 10,000. But actually the more fundamental question I have is, if 31% of students are proficient, I think that was in reading, then the need is, since there are about 100,000 kids in our public education system, both sectors, the need is about 70,000 kids who need tutoring. So you're doing 1/7. Why should I be impressed?
Thanks so much for the question, Chairman. It's a really good one. So we, over the next 3 years, we anticipate that we will serve 10,000 students under OSSI's high impact or OSSI grantees through the high impact tutoring program. So leveraging these funds will serve directly 10,000 students. However, I think it's important to remember as part of these conversations that the vast majority of recovery funding is going directly to LEAs. And our LEAs use these funds for a wide variety of supports to provide to their students, including a high impact tutoring. And so it is not the case that the 10,000 students that are being served by OSSI grantees through our high impact tutoring grants are the only students in DC who are receiving high impact tutoring services. Instead, it is the case that this roughly 10% of DC students are the students that the grantees that OSSI is providing support for are directly receiving that funding.
So is OSSI providing grant funding to the LEAs themselves for high impact tutoring?
Thank you so much for the question, Chairman. So OSSI serves as the pass-through entity for stimulus funding, and OSSI receives the funding from the federal government and then provides it to LEAs, and LEAs have submitted plans in order to leverage this funding. And as part of that work, LEAs describe how they are going to use those funds to meet their student population needs. The ways that LEAs are using the funds differ, and indeed it differs across categories of ESSER funding. I think, as everyone here knows, stimulus funding occurred in 3 rounds. And so for example, much of the ESSER 1 funds, which were the earliest, among the earliest stimulus funds that went out the door, were spent on materials and resources that were needed to safely reopen schools, things like personal protective equipment, things like masks, things like tests, whereas our second and third round of ESSER funds are being spent on extended learning time and accelerated learning at higher rates than those first rounds.
All right, so let's take the 386 million in ESSER 3 funds, and the 386 million went to OSSI to then distribute. Okay, so some of that money would show up as the $40 million for these grants to community-based organizations, and some of that money would have gone to charter schools and some to DCPS. And the money, just to use DCPS as an example, the money that went to DCPS could have used some of that for reading and some of it for social emotional needs.
That's right. So DC LEAs and childcare centers are spending ESSER funds on a variety of different things. OSSI has identified 7 recovery priorities, and our education sector is spending funds consistent with those priorities. Those priorities are accelerating learning, early childhood education, infrastructure and operations, post-secondary supports, safe reopening, student and staff well-being, and supporting students with disabilities.
Okay, but this hearing is kind of about literacy or accelerated learning or high impact tutoring. So OSSI has the money, but you're not really other than possibly through the grants to the CBOs where you'll be more explicit in, and they have to give you a plan. OSSI's not really involved in what that high impact tutoring looks like.
Well, by running the competitive grant competition and working with our panel of expert reviewers to make sure that we are using these funds to fund the most promising and grantees with track records of success, and then by supporting those grantees through implementation, through monitoring, OSSI is involved in making sure that the funds are used for the purpose that they are intended. But if your question is whether the OSSE team is directly in schools providing the tutoring, it is the OSSE funding that is doing that work, that is providing grants.
Yeah, well, but so what I want to know, so maybe this gets me back to Ms. Colgan, is how many schools, how many teachers, how many kids, how many hours, what are we actually seeing in terms of progress? And I think that's not really OSSE, that's more the LEA. Correct, Ms. Ross?
If it's helpful, I can provide a bit about where we are in terms of students served to date under the high impact tutoring funds. So the grantees that we awarded in May of 2022, about 6 months ago, have served 2,100 students in FY22 and are on track to serve an additional 4,800 more in FY23. So for a total of approximately 6,000 over FY22 and FY23, with an overall goal of serving 10,000 students across the 3 years of the grant. We are on track to reach, if not exceed, that goal. And in order to help us reach or exceed that goal, we announced a new grant competition in September of this year, September 2022, and we're on track to award an additional $7.5 million on top of the $20 million that we awarded in May 2022.
Well, that gets us back to the 10,000 that was in your testimony.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm reasonably certain, even though I shouldn't speak for Councilmember Robert White, I'm reasonably certain that both of us would like to see the proficiency levels increase dramatically. And again, if there are about 100,000 kids in our public education system, and somewhere around 30% are proficient, that means there are about 70,000 kids. And I think that's what we're both interested in, is how we're going to reach those 70,000 kids. I think it's great we're reaching 10,000, maybe successfully. But what about the other 60,000? For some reason, my staff put me on an accelerated clock, so my time is up. Councilmember White.
The clock seems slow to me, Mr. Chairman. But thank you. So I want to talk just a little bit about standardized tests and connect it to sort of another issue. We've heard concerns. I know you hear concerns from teachers and staff, sometimes from families, about the number of standardized tests. We hear that they cause students stress, they cause teachers stress about their impact scores. Teachers with these standardized tests and focus on them have less autonomy in their craft and are many feel, sometimes we hear that they are forced to teach to the test, which takes away from their ability to foster a love of learning in their students and engage in critical thinking. I know the sort of counterbalance, right? We need to measure. And so to some extent, we need to test. So I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't. But we also know that standardized tests include bias, and for this and other reasons, there's been some shift nationwide against an over-reliance on standardized tests. Thousands of colleges and universities no longer require SATs or ACTs. And so what I wonder is, would you say that DC has a holistic student evaluation approach? And I guess this would be best for you, Ms. Ross. Or do you think that we have an over-reliance on standardized tests at this time?
Thanks so much for the question, council member. It's a really, really good one. At the systems level, our statewide standardized assessment system is designed to do a couple of things. And you named one of them that I will just emphasize is critically important. And the reason that we can all be here today talking with such specificity about how much of an opportunity we have to improve student learning, which we saw significantly decrease as a result of the pandemic. And that is to regularly provide high quality uniform data across here in DC or across our city or across sectors, across LEAs. And so that purpose of standardized assessments is absolutely critical. I also really appreciate the important point that you named regarding bias. As our statewide standardized assessment, the PARCC exam has gone through rigorous bias checks with the U.S. Department of Education. All of those assessments are designed to be reviewed by national experts and to provide an extra level of confidence in the results of this exam for DC. We have both ensured that these exams have been reviewed by DC educators and are aligned to DC standards. So these issues that you name are top of mind for us. And in order to ensure that we can continue to maximize the benefits of having that regular access to high quality data, we are committed to making sure that the assessment instruments that we are using are as high quality and as bias-free as possible.
And what about the aspect of holistic assessment? So do you think we take a holistic assessment approach for students?
So the assessments that we're here discussing today, both PARCC and NAEP, are designed to measure student academic achievement, student learning, at the school level. There are significant tools that school-based personnel use. I think probably the most prominent is the IEP process to make sure that student learning needs are being met. At a statewide level, OSSE is working to develop more supports to measure school climate, and we will be very interested in doing that at a school level, which will include individual student input, but not necessarily measure individual student experience. We also have done a significant work on our statewide accountability system to ensure that statewide accountability system provides a holistic picture of what's happening both at a school and LEA level. But again, the end there, the unit of analysis is either the LEA or the school rather than the individual student comprised of individual students. Does that help?
It helps. So I'm drawing a blank, and I should know this. The star rating assessments, which we are now sort of revising. What do you remember the timeline for that? Do you know the timeline for that?
So our new accountability framework was adopted and is currently being used. OSSE is working to release those updated report cards, which we anticipate by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, I appreciate it. And on the issue of bias, how do we analyze impact for bias, particularly racial bias?
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, council member. One of the ways that we do that is we disaggregate data. And, I think it is fair to say that the field of education has worked or has learned significantly over the past 2 decades, both in terms of the impact of assessments on different student populations, and not just different racial populations, but also different disability populations and different students with different statuses of at-risk status, or in terms of being an English learner. And so I think, again, the best tool, it continues to be that statewide assessment and disaggregating and making transparent those high quality data. Among these assessment data, there is a lot about which we are rightfully alarmed. One of the things of which we are quite proud is that we were able to operationalize this high quality assessment during a pandemic and timely release these data to the public, because it's only with the benefit of these data that we can have this kind of conversation.
Does the council get, and I know what this is not about impact, does the council get disaggregated impact data? Do you know? If you could let us know if you don't know.
DCPS impact, the teacher impact
Yes.
evaluation system. Yes. I do not know if that has been provided, but we, if that's possible, we will definitely send that along. We'll add it to the list.
I appreciate it. If you believe it's not possible, would you just let us know, close the loop and let us know you think it's possible?
Yes.
Thank you. So to the extent, Ms. Ross, that you agree that standardized tests cause stress for teachers, what's the role of instructional superintendents in addressing the sort of that impact, I shouldn't use that word because now it's confusing, that outcome? So do instructional superintendents, when I hear complaints about our system, people believe that some people that instructional superintendents are more enforcement instead of sort of, hey, how can we help meet your needs? What role do instructional superintendents play there?
Thanks so much for that question. I'm actually going to defer to my colleagues on this call. I think who are better positioned to answer this question because they are working more closely with the instructional superintendents.
Thank you. So in DCPS, of course, our schools are organized into clusters, each led by an instructional superintendent. And that role is really, I think, an important bridge between all of the central services teams, information, resources, guidance, and the schools themselves. And the superintendent's primary role is to support and develop the school leaders. And so they have frequent meetings with their cluster as a group, as well as one-on-one observations and meetings with each school leader. They help their school leaders set goals for the year and then help them meet those goals. They also do evaluate the principals in each of the schools in their cluster. They are supported by a team. They have a team of central services content experts to support them in their work. And that ranges from attendance specialists, behavior specialists, to ELA, math, at the secondary level, science and social studies as well. So we have a whole team of folks that are organized to kind of through the superintendents to provide the supports that their schools needs. And the superintendents work closely with us in the Office of Teaching and Learning, for example, to determine what would be the best supports for each of their schools. Do they need high intensive supports in the area of literacy, for instance, which means that there would be much more frequent sort of coaching visits from a literacy expert with the literacy experts in the school building, or do they need a lighter touch because they're on the right trajectory and things are going well and improving on their own. So I hope that answered your question. I could share more.
It does. Since I'm over time, if I can just note two concerns for the record, Chairman, and I won't sort of form a question around them. One is with regard to, and there was some discussion in your questions earlier, Chairman, I think with Ms. Ross about the trainings. The literacy educators had the opportunity to receive the paid instructional literacy training. My understanding is that that's for teachers, educators serving students in kindergarten through fifth grade. Ms. Ross, you pointed to a priority, which to me indicates that we need more resources for the training. The other concern I have is in the early literacy education task force. It's all district government agency representatives, and it doesn't include other community stakeholders like parents. So those were two concerns I was going to raise, Chairman, and I don't intend to sort of go way over time on those, but wanted to note them for later discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Colgan. On the last page of your statement, under update on literacy efforts, you talked about, let me see, the Institute the DCPS Early Literacy Leadership Institute for instructional superintendents, etc. Where's, oh, it's further down. They're talking about partnerships. Additionally, each elementary cluster has been assigned a literacy expert partner. These partnerships are focused on developing leadership knowledge of the science of reading, data analysis. I didn't understand what you meant by the word developing. Do you mean implementing or developing?
Okay,
Am
I'm
I
just
making
going
sense
back
here?
to find where you are.
Yeah, I'm a little slow here. Additionally,
No,
the
it's okay.
last page, additionally, each
Yes.
elementary cluster has been assigned a literacy expert.
Yes. The word developing there refers to developing our leaders' knowledge. So the coaches and the principals and assistant principals in the school, that these partnerships are focusing on developing their knowledge of the science of reading, so that in turn they can make sure that the appropriate instructional practices are put in place in their school, that they're providing teachers with appropriate feedback when they're doing observations, etc. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And while I'm on teachers, Mr. Ross, in your statement, you said training teachers in the science of reading can help improve student literacy skills. Therefore, OSSE is paying for 150 educators. And OSSE is providing literacy training to an additional 162 teachers. That's 312. Is this in addition to what Ms. Colgan testified to, or is this part of what she testified to?
Thank you so much for the question, Chairman. This is in addition to the educators that Ms. Colgan that are represented in the numbers that Ms. Colgan shared. So OSSE is currently providing support for two different types of training. The first is letters training, and the second is science of reading training. Both of these trainings are research-based and include important foundational practices that research consistently demonstrates are critical for teaching all students how to read. The specific difference is that science of reading is the global term referring to the pedagogy and practices, whereas letters is a specifically branded program. So among OSSE's investments, the 150 educators currently enrolled in our current we have two cohorts of letters training running that combined equal 150 educators. 66 of those educators are currently DCPS educators, and they are not the same in DCPS educators that Ms. Colgan referenced, and then 84 are educators in DC's public charter sector. Among our science of reading training, 11 are DCPS educators, and again, they are distinct from the 11 educators Ms. Colgan referenced, and then 149 are educators in DC's public charter schools.
Well, I wasn't quick enough. What was the breakdown for the 150?
Absolutely. So the breakdown for 150 enrolled in letters training, and that's split across two cohorts, both of which are currently underway. 66 are DCPS educators and 84 are educators in DC's public charter schools.
So presumably the 66 DCPS educators, you said they're not part of Ms. Colgan's numbers. So between what OSSE is doing and what Ms. Colgan is doing, at some point we get to 100% of whatever the universe is.
We are committed to continuing to make these investments, and simultaneously, Chairman, we are also working with the Literacy Task Force in order to develop the plan that's contemplated by that legislation. I am really excited to continue to work with that task force to develop a plan for DC educators. But again, we are moving forward here. Our goal in this space is to ensure that our educators have the knowledge and skills that they need to teach all children how to read.
Would you say that OSSE is fully implementing the 2020 Dyslexia Act?
Thank you so much, Chairman. Yes, we are.
And at the back of the last page of your statement, the first full paragraph on the last page. Coursework will be available to all DC public and public charter school educators in 2023. What does that mean? Does that mean January 1st, or does that mean December 31st, or what?
Thank you so much, Chairman, for the chance to provide more specificity about what is meant there. So currently, this coursework is publicly available on OSSE's website. It is linked on our dyslexia homepage, and it's available through OSSE's YouTube channel. We are launching it through our learning management system, which is a new tool, but we did not want to delay getting this critical coursework into the hands of educators as soon as possible. So we published those courses earlier this fall, again, in order to maximize uptake. And we are working furiously to launch our learning management system as soon as possible. The benefit of the learning management system is we will be able to monitor and track educator registration and persistence through those courses in a way that we're unable to do currently. But having developed the courses and having that great content ready, we did not want to delay in elevating that and making it publicly available.
So what's the reference to 2023, the learning management system?
Thank you. Yes, that is the launch of the coursework through our learning management system.
And when will that happen in 2023?
We're working quickly, and we already have a significant number of courses, both the science of reading courses I mentioned, and the dyslexia awareness courses that I mentioned, as well as other critical content. We are working with 2 different vendors in order to ensure the success of that project, and are in daily conversations with them in order to launch as soon as possible. We anticipate launching no later than January, but are hopeful that that we will be fully launched even before then.
So when I ask you the question, when in 2023, the answer is maybe January.
Correct.
So Ms. Colgan,
Yes.
can you tell me more specifically what is happening in schools with regard to high impact tutoring? And I note I should never ask a compound question. Your statement refers to Z-Learn in 57 schools. Why only 57 schools? So there are 2 questions there.
Okay, I'm going to start with what is happening with high impact tutoring. So we are really working closely actually with OSSE as well as many partners in the district and our own schools to provide tutoring for our students. Last year, we were able to serve over 4,000 students with high impact tutoring, which was about 8% of students. And currently this year, we have served about 1,500 students, and we expect that number will continue to grow as the year goes on. Before I say a little bit more about high impact tutoring, I do want to emphasize that high impact tutoring is not the only intervention that a student could receive, because I know you were concerned earlier about why are there so few students getting high impact tutoring when our data shows so many students are not yet at proficiency. And so I just wanted to emphasize that we have many other interventions in place. High impact tutoring is our most intensive tutoring or intensive intervention that requires a great deal of time and human capacity to implement, because it's one-to-one or at most up to 3 students working with a tutor at a time. And so I didn't want you to be alarmed by those numbers. It's because of its intensity. The 8% that we hit last year, we were actually quite pleased to hit that target. There are several ways that we are providing this tutoring to students. Some of it is with our own staff. So we have provided schools through the ESSER funding. We have been able to provide schools money that they can use. One of the ways they may use that money is to pay admin premium to teachers to use extra time, perhaps in the after school hours or Saturday school, to provide tutoring to students. Some of our schools have been very creative with scheduling, where they have actually been able to work a block into a student's schedule during the day, where students may be receiving an intervention and some students may be receiving high impact tutoring during that time. And then of course we have a number of partners who are providing tutoring for students. We have some in ELA, some focused on math. And another new addition to our high impact tutoring approach this year was in partnership with OSSI, we have been able to provide full-time high impact tutoring managers for 10 of our highest need schools. And those individuals themselves both provide tutoring to some of their students and serve as the organizers and visionaries really for setting up a high impact tutoring for their school. So that is a new addition this year that is going to help us better understand best practices in tutoring and really scale those across the district. And your second question was referring to something in my testimony, and
yeah, the 57, the Z-Learn only at 57 schools.
Oh, Zern.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought there was an L in there, Z-Learn, but maybe it's just Zern.
Okay. Okay, so well, Zern is a one of our blended learning programs that we employ to support students in mathematics. And it's aligned to our secondary math curriculum called Illustrative Mathematics. So the great thing about Zern is that it's completely aligned to the curriculum. So if the teacher is working on this particular unit, say in 6th grade math, then the teacher can go in and assign students these series of lessons in Zern. And Zern will help students master that grade level content at the same time that it's filling in, providing like additional lessons for students on some of the prerequisite skills that they might need to be able to access that grade level content. So it's a really nice use of technology to support the day-to-day instruction that is happening in math classrooms, but be completely individualized to where students' needs are. And so it's not something we would use with our youngest learners, which is why it's not necessarily in use in every school.
Well, my question was why 57, only 57 schools? So was the last part of your answer that it's not appropriate for elementary schools, so it is in all the middle and high schools?
Now, I understand the question now. So we in DCPS use Zern as a supplemental, particularly in connection to our secondary math curriculum. But I believe that OSSI has an initiative with Zern where they have provided funding. I'm guessing that maybe for charter schools to use. So I'll actually ask Elizabeth if she wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you so much for tagging me and Ms. Colgan. Really appreciate the chance to talk a bit more about our math investments. Chairman, just as Ms. Colgan shared regarding high impact tutoring being one among multiple investments that the education sector is making in order to accelerate student learning, for OSSI, Zern is one among multiple investments that we are making. So alongside Zern, we are investing deeply in providing high quality professional development. OSSI has always provided high quality professional development, but in order to ensure that our educators are incentivized and supported in completing this high quality professional development and really then being able to use it in their schools to accelerate student learning, we are providing teacher stipends to educators to complete this professional development. And then simultaneously, we have just launched launched a grant competition to fund high quality instructional materials, which research demonstrates is the second most powerful intervention following teacher quality interventions impacting student learning. And so through that, 13 LEAs have applied to OSSI for grant funding to secure additional high quality instructional materials in math, English language arts, and or science, as well as the professional development and support needed to implement those materials.
So what's going through my mind is this. So I'm going to phrase my question differently. And that is, for the last couple of years, we've been hearing that the way we're going to overcome learning loss is through high impact tutoring. But my sense is that if I go into schools, I'm not going to see a whole lot of high impact tutoring. As in, well, we're doing some of it, but overcoming learning loss says to me, speaking of the vast majority of students, and going into a school, I'm not going to see that happening. That's kind of what I'm getting at here is, are we reaching all the students who need it with this high impact tutoring, which was for the last couple of years touted as the strategy for overcoming learning loss? Who wants to take a stab at that?
I'm happy to kick us off and then defer to my colleagues on the panel. I really appreciate the question, Chairman, because the assessment results that we've been talking about here today show us that the impact of the pandemic was both broad and deep. So it's not the case that there is just one set of schools or one set of students that was impacted, which means that our response to the pandemic needs to be both broad and deep. And I think what I have been sharing, and my colleagues on the panel have been sharing today, is that high impact tutoring is among the most research-backed investment, which is one of the reasons why you've been hearing so much about it. The research base is building rapidly about what we need to recover from this global pandemic, which for all of us in education is a novel experience. The amount of time that students spend out of in-person school, spent virtual learning, is something that we worked quickly to adapt to, and now are working quickly to learn and recover from. And as part of that, there has been a significant research about the positive and promising impact of high impact tutoring. However, as Ms. Colgan referenced in her testimony earlier, it is the most intensive support that is available. And so we are prioritizing, and many of our LEAs are prioritizing students who experienced the most significant decreases in student achievement over the pandemic period for those opportunities, while simultaneously working to ensure that we have a broad suite of supports available to help ensure that all students are able to accelerate learning in response to the pandemic.
All right, so let me turn to Ms. Colgan. Again, what I was asking was that for the last 2 years, high impact tutoring was talked about constantly as what we were going to do to overcome learning loss. I don't have a sense that it's happening that much in our schools. So how do you respond?
I would say that high impact tutoring is just one of the tools we are using to try to combat or respond to the pandemic. And maybe you are hearing the most about it because it is a very expensive model. It's something that the city has really, I think, come together to try to work together in cross-sector ways to implement at larger scale than we were previously. But I would say overall, we are taking, as I shared in my testimony, we are taking a holistic approach to trying to combat the learning loss associated with the pandemic. We are focusing on tier 1 instruction, ensuring that teachers are utilizing techniques such as small group instruction, focusing on the needs of the individual students in their class and in their content area to help support those students with what they need in the moment. We have, as I mentioned, an entire suite of interventions and supports holistically across social emotional development, attendance interventions, academic interventions that make up our multi-tiered system of supports. High impact tutoring is one of those possible interventions, and from the get-go, the target was to support between 5 and 10% of our students with high impact tutoring. And we feel we are providing that and feel confident we will be providing the high impact tutoring to that percentage of students. But it is by no means the only way that we are approaching responding to the pandemic. I think all of the work that we've been doing for years, for instance, around early literacy, have shown remarkable progress for our students. And that has, been an approach that is about getting appropriate resources into schools, raising the level of expertise of our educators, implementing these small groups in Tier 1 instruction. So that's just one example of how we are accelerating student learning, not just relying on high impact tutoring.
All right, I'm going to keep moving. I only have a couple more questions. Ms. Colgan, in your statement, you also talked about schools are receiving training on how to leverage weekly data meetings to ensure teachers and instructional coaches can effectively analyze student work against grade level standards to identify areas of strengths and areas in need of support, and also to plan responsive whole and small group instruction. This weekly analysis, let me see, training. How many schools and how often is Central in the schools doing this work?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you. So this is it happening in all of our schools. This is a focus this year of the district that we believe supports our acceleration efforts and helps really fine tune our teachers' ability to respond to what they're seeing in the work that students are producing. So we have had training for all of the school leaders and instructional coaches or LEAP leaders in the district. We have also had training for the content leads in central services who go out and support schools. The schools are in different places in terms of how many of their staff have been deeply trained in this, because some of our schools started this training in years past. But the expectation is that all schools are implementing weekly data meetings and looking, that means in a group of educators are getting together and following a protocol of examining student work. What were the standards the work was designed to meet, and where are students showing strengths and where are students showing gaps, and how will they respond? They plan reteaches. Our principals and coaches are getting additional support and coaching from our team and from their instructional superintendents on this work.
But the bottom line is that this is happening in all of the schools. In your statement, you also said this, in comparison to other urban school districts, significant gains in grade 4 and grade 8 reading places DCPS in the top tier among peers in growth. Is that based on the most recent PARCC or NAEP results?
Yes. So that is based on, in all 4 areas, grade 4 and 8 reading and grade 4 and 8 math. When you look historically over the past decade, we are still among the top of all of the comparison districts in the TUTA assessment in terms of the growth that we have seen over those years. In reading specifically, we did not see drops this year as many districts did on the NAEP assessment. And in terms of growth and performance, when compared to the comparison urban districts, we are doing quite well and are in sort of the top tier. And in math, we are performing at about the average or a little below the average. But in terms of growth over time, that is what we're referring to in terms of being among the top of peer districts.
So it's a measure of growth, not where our scores are.
That's what that statement was referring to, yes, was growth.
I lied. I have, I think, 2 more questions. There was testimony. We recommend that OSCE set and clearly communicate universal screening cut scores. Can you briefly respond to that, Ms. Ross?
Thanks so much for the question. This is in regard to the dyslexia screener guidance.
I believe so.
Approved screeners that OSCE released. What I'd like to do is take that back to my team. We have released the guidance. We have released the approved list of screeners. But I'd like to follow up on the cut scores question in particular.
Okay. We asked that OSCE issue timely guidance that addresses how the needs of students who are English language learners and students with disabilities are to be addressed within implementation. How do you respond to that briefly?
Thanks so much for the question, Chairman. I will keep my response brief. There are differences in screening tools that are appropriate for students with different learning needs, including English learners. And of course, one of the purposes of screeners is to identify where students may be dyslexic and in need of additional services. And so both of those student populations, students with disabilities and English learners, have been considered in developing both our approved list of screeners and our screener guidance.
Yeah, but the issue was we asked that OSCE issue timely guidance that addresses how the needs of students who are English language learners and students with disabilities are to be addressed within implementation.
Thank you. Yes, and as we continue to implement that piece of legislation, we anticipate issuing additional guidance this spring, the spring of 2023.
Before April?
Yes, I think we can commit to issuing guidance on or before April 1st.
We recommend that OSCE issue guidance on when intervention is and is not specialized instruction.
Thank you for that suggestion, Chairman. And again, we look forward to issuing guidance this spring.
So that would be part of this spring.
That is correct.
We are already halfway through school year 22-23, and OSCE has not yet released its awareness training on reading difficulties, which is a 3-part series that all LEA educators K-12 are expected to participate in this year. We request that this training be made available no later than January 2nd, 2023.
Thank you, Chairman. That training is available. Again, this is we discussed this briefly earlier today, but
Was this what's available on the website, but not
That
yet
is correct.
online?
That is, it is available online. It is accessible via the internet, but it's not yet accessible through OSSE's learning management tool.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The legislation requires that I think that's the Dyslexia Act, that all legislation requires that all K through 2 educators, including special education teachers and English language learners, teachers, participate in professional development on reading difficulties. If OSSE plans to assign criteria to this requirement, we request that these be communicated to LEAs by March 1st, 2023.
Thank you, Chairman. So as you know, the way that this legislation is structured, the OSSE's monitoring requirements come online in 2022-2023 school year. So that is, in the 2023-2024 school year. So beginning next fall. So this year, OSSE is releasing the guidance and materials and resources and supports, and next year we'll begin monitoring for compliance.
So when will they be communicated to the LEAs?
When will which piece be communicated to LEAs? The monitoring protocol?
The legislation requires that all K2 educators, including special education teachers and English language learners teachers, participate in, quote, professional development on reading difficulties, unquote. If OSSE plans to assign criteria to this requirement, we request that these be communicated to LEAs by March 1st, 2023.
Thank you. And yes, as I shared, we plan to publish additional guidance in spring of this year.
Okay. There was also this testimony. We need to rethink PARCC itself seriously. Currently, I'm reading a statement here. Currently, PARCC testing comprises an unfunded mandatory waste of a week of instructional time for every student. Currently, the PARCC and DC science exams take about 1,080 minutes per student. That's 18 hours or almost half a week. Currently, the PARCC and DC science exams must be administered on computers, but only select devices and device types work. So there are two parts to this. One is, can't this happen over a shorter period of time instead of taking half a week? And the other is the constraint of what devices can be used.
Thanks so much for the question, Chairman. On the first part, I really appreciated the testimony from all of the public witnesses that came today, and particularly this testimony, because it provides us with an opportunity to clearly state the amount of time that PARCC assessments take. So for the general education student population, that is for students who don't have IEPs that provide accommodations, and worth noting that one common accommodation for students with disabilities is extended time. However, for the general student population, the PARCC exam is a 6-hour exam that includes both ELA and mathematics. PARCC is required annually for students in 3rd through 8th grade and once in high school. Then the science exam is for 5th grade students, 8th grade students, and high school biology students, and that exam is 3 hours. And so for each child, even a child in 5th grade or 8th grade or biology, unless they have a special accommodation that enables extended time on the exam, that exam would be 9 hours hours. So it would be fewer than the amount of time that the individual testifying shared that it would be. In regard to the second question about tech capacity, OSSE works really hard to include as many devices as possible, and we share the specific technical specifications that devices must have in order to successfully run the assessments with LEAs as early as possible in order to ensure that they have the supports that they need to be prepared on the technical side to successfully operationalize these assessments.
Can't that constraint be revisited? Because it does constrain access.
Thank you, Chairman. Are you asking, can the constraint about technology be
Yes.
revisited? So in order to maintain high levels of test security, there are certain specifications that OSSE needs to ensure are in place in order to make sure that the test
Yeah, but
data.
that's not my question.
Okay.
I said, can't that constraint be revisited? So you're saying, well, we need security. I'm not arguing that, but I've come to realize that when we talk about equity, we talk about ease of access. Ease of access also applies in other contexts. Ease of access is important, and I have heard complaints about how Park can only be taken on certain, like laptops, and that then constrains access. So there might be other ways to effect security.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question and want to assure you and stakeholders that OSSE is working hard to make sure that we are enabling any device that meets the security requirements to be able to be used to take these assessments. Much like you, Chairman, we want to be sure that these data are as accurate and actionable as possible. And in order to do that, we need to ensure that high rates of our students are assessed. We were really pleased and proud that we were able to assess 95% of our students this year during a pandemic, particularly after having not operationalized a statewide assessment in the prior 2 years. And the other point that I would note is the quality of our assessment, which we appreciated hearing reinforced from some stakeholders and public witnesses here earlier today. It really necessitates that we are supporting our LEAs in procuring and using the devices that they need in order to meet the test specifications. So I hope that helps provide some additional context for why the requirements are in place that currently exist.
Yeah, it sort of gives the why, but it doesn't really suggest that there could be some thought given to some changes. I'm hesitating because I want to say alternatives, but I don't mean like a full-scale alternative. I mean, just some adjustments to help with access. But I'll leave it at that. Hopefully you'll think about that. Let me just check with staff for a moment.
Thank you.
My staff is admonishing me that I haven't asked any questions of Dr. Walker Davis. But I'm not sure I have a question for you.
I just wanted to actually thank you, Chairman, for the hearing directly from LEAs earlier today. I think some of the questions that you were asking about implementation are certainly rightfully placed with the LEA leaders who can talk about what they're doing on the ground. And I think you heard a combination of things that both Ms. Ross and Ms. Colgan shared about strategies and techniques happening at LEAs. So appreciate you allowing those witnesses this earlier today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for thanking me, for thanking you or thanking them. I have found in the last couple of hearings that the individual charter LEAs bring some very useful perspectives because they are on the ground and because they're smaller than DCPS, so they're just different than DCPS, and they're able to try different approaches, which then challenges us to think about things differently.
Yeah, and I appreciate the opportunity to be on the panel with my colleagues here, because I think what we've discovered in the pandemic is that we are all learning from each other different things, both the obstacles that are there, but as well as the opportunities. And so really appreciate the support of OSSE in particular for these opportunities, but also the partnership that some of our LEA leaders are finding on the ground with other DCPS leaders at the school level.
All right, let me do one last check with my folks here. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you all very much. I hope somebody took notes on what you all are getting back to us on.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Ross did not say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that's going to conclude this hearing. This has been a hearing on literacy in the NAEP and Park assessments. The record will close in 2 weeks. That is at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 21st, 2022. The time is 4:50 p.m. Thank you all again, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.